There should be sound now. So I've been talking to myself for 10 minutes. Thank you for letting me know that there was no sound. I appreciate it. I was answering everything, so I don't think you don't think you've seen me stream all week. I haven't been streaming in all week pretty much. Um, I was saying that I was feeling kind of dizzy and sleepy and like with a little bit of a headache, but that's been like since Monday. So I assume that it's just because I haven't been sleeping well or I haven't been sleeping the whole 8 hours. It's probably that. My sleep schedule is kind of really messed up. And it's probably gonna stay like that for a while because the sumo tournament starts tomorrow, and that thing ends at like 4 a.m. for me. And yeah, I like to watch it live. But hopefully I can go to bed and just watch the resumed version on YouTube. That would be nice. Is there still a Discord where I ping when I start? Yes, there is. Ripo, if you want it, you can join my Discord. I think you were in, but you went out. Um, Maybe because I do ping quite frequently when I go live. Let me get you an invite. Oh, you can probably get an invite here. Discord. Yeah, you can probably enter the Discord there. Mm, you just left most Discords for a while. Oh, okay, I see. Sometimes people do that. I don't really understand why, but sometimes people do that. I've heard that before. Well, let's try to kill the. Okay, I killed the halberd now. That's pretty good. Okay, please don't kill me. Come on, I killed the halberd now. Don't be like that. Should I drink the haste? I'm gonna drink the haste. Okay. Yeah, that was disappointing. Um, But I killed a halberd null. I survived. I don't like that so frequently in the early game I get into situations like these. Yeah, it's not the kind of thing that I enjoy when it comes to crawl. The uncertainty of these early game fights. Mm. You know what I do like, however? Stun Arrow, and we're getting pretty close to Stun Arrow. If there's a species that can get to Stun Arrow really quick, it is Deep Elf. As I was saying at the beginning, the trunk has been very stagnant. Like there's been a rather hefty draft of features. I guess you could put it like that. Um, so yeah, whenever there's nothing new to try and crawl, I don't really feel like playing crawl. I have noticed. On the other hand, I have also noticed that I can pretty much always play deep elf as long as I don't overdo it, because I know that if I start a deep elf, I'm gonna have a fun time and I'm gonna be enjoying all of the spells that I really enjoy in crawl. Yeah, I was actually comparing Deep Elf to Minotaur, where like I can start the Deep Elf mage, and it will probably be the same result as if most other players started a Minotaur melee, in the sense that they're gonna end up with a rather powerful character. But the difference is that whenever I'm playing a Deep Elf, like I get to do more and think more and make more decisions and exercise my creativity within the boundaries of the game a bit more than just playing a minotaur and pressing tab. um, yeah, so that's probably one of the reasons why I don't like playing melee that much. mm. You've been playing Dave the Diver. I've also been playing other games. I've been playing League actually. I think that I have a healthier relationship with the game now, and I can probably enjoy it in a healthy way. As long as I play within reason. Yeah. So I've been playing that for a bit. It's been okay. Yeah, I have noticed that people are less vocally toxic now, which is pretty good, because that was always annoying. But it is not something that I would ever stream. Of course not. Yeah. Still cannot put an arrow on the quiver. Okay, it's at 4% chance to miscast. I think that I can put it on the quiver. Quiver. All I no, I don't want inventory. I want spells. Stun arrow. Yeah, because it is in situations like these um, where Sandblast so strepitously fails that you start to notice, hey, this spell is actually not good beyond like the first 3 floors. Once you start seeing monsters that survive one Sandblast, that's when Sandblast becomes really, really bad. Because the monsters are gonna get closer to you because it takes forever for you to cast Sandblast, and then they're gonna hurt you. And when they start hurting you, you're a debuff with 32 HP, so you're gonna die really, really fast. And that's why I am running around with Stun Arrow. And then I get shafted for 3 floors into a mark. Okay, I think that I have lost the game. Sure. Okay, let's see what I can do to not die here. I don't think there's a Scroll of Silence. That's even worse. I don't think there's a lot that I can do. Perhaps there was more to do before the Scroll of Silence. Um, I wonder if my summons can deal with the Orc Warrior. It's extremely dangerous. Oh, it has a hand axe. Yeah. It has plate as well. Yeah, we're never getting anything done there. This would be the moment for me to teleport, but guess what? I cannot because I silence myself. Scroll of Silence is an extremely, extremely rare consumable. It is more rare than Scrolls of Blinking, and we all know how rare those are in this stream. But yet, I still managed to read a Scroll of Silence, which is about to kill me. Okay, let's drink Curing to get rid of the poison, because I'm seriously poisoned. Read teleports. Okay, pretty good teleport. I think that I may be safe now. I still wanna get up, of course. Getting shafted 3 floors is no fun experience. The only saving grace here is that I actually did have some items identified, so I was able to do things to avoid my almost certain demise there. Getting shafted 3 levels into getting marked is probably among the most unfair things that Crawl can do to you. Like, yeah, that's just sheer luck if you manage to survive it. And in this occasion, I was lucky. Okay, that's a pretty decent ring mail. I will pick it up. We shall see if I actually end up using it or not. Yeah. I also bought Fury. I don't know if you've ever heard of that game. Um, I bought it because I heard that the game was only boss fights, and I really enjoy boss fights in video games. That's actually one of the things that I really like about Dark Souls, the whole fighting bosses that are very difficult, but then learning the boss fight and just playing better and winning eventually after you earn the right to win. That is a feeling that I get from Dark Souls and other similar FromSoft and other games. And it's also a feeling that I got from Crawl originally. In a sense, I would say that NetHack and other roguelikes, well, more specifically NetHack and Crawl, because those are the ones that I played first, they really shaped my taste in video games and in things that I consume as a whole. Probably because I started playing those at my early years. I've always said it, but I found out about NetHack when I was 14, and I just have been playing roguelikes since. Not a fan of the ID game. You think it's much more interesting to know what you have. Yeah, that's one of the things that Ashensari does that makes Ashensari extremely, extremely strong is the fact that you know what you have. So you will be able to almost perfectly plan around X or Y situation that you are presented with. Wow, that was pretty bad. There were 2 misses on Stun Arrow. I thought that I was gonna die there because of those 2 misses. But anyway, as I was saying regarding Ashensari, it removes one layer of randomness and uncertainty that I would say that the game is better off without. The identification, the ID minigame is I don't know. Like, I feel like it's a core part of the genre, but if you think about it, Crawl has done away with so many different things that people have been saying they are core to the genre for so long. food and like secret doors and pretty much whatever you can think about that NetHack had. Crawl has been slowly but steadily removing. There's still the ID minigame, but in NetHack the ID minigame is significantly more um, obtuse, you could say, because of the danger that lies within using items whenever they are not identified. It's not as simple as just reading scrolls until you find the scrolls of identify. I don't think that scrolls of identify are as easy to find as in NetHack. They're definitely not as easy to find as they are in Crawl. That's what I wanted to say. Okay, so there's a sewer here. I have to go through it, or I have to find it. So yeah, fortunately, Crawl doesn't have an ID minigame the same way that NetHack does, because otherwise Crawl would be a much harder game. In case you don't know, there's quite a lot of ways to identify stuff in NetHack through deduction from the player, not the game directly telling you this is this and that is that. You can, for example, try to sell items to a shopkeeper, and depending on the price that the shopkeeper wants to pay you, like yeah, depending on how much money the shopkeeper wants to give you for a certain item, you can tell which kind of item it is. Obviously, rare, more powerful items are more expensive in NetHack. Imagine something like that in Crawl. To begin with, the mere concept of a shopkeeper in Crawl seems already strange. Yeah, it's just way two different games, fortunately. Fortunately, and as always, every time that I talk about NetHack, I feel the need to stress this. I don't dislike the game or anything. It's just that I feel like I've gotten to the point where I cannot play it anymore. It is a game that was very important for me in my roguelike journey, and I guess my life journey as a whole. But it just is not a game that I can play anymore. Yeah. In retrospective, knowing what I know about roguelikes now, I am very glad that I started with NetHack. I am absolutely delighted because I don't think I would be able to stomach the experience if I was to play the game today. If I already had 11, almost 12 years of crawl experience, and I was to play NetHack for the first time, I feel like I would absolutely despise it for pretty much the same reasons that I love Rift Wizard. So yeah, very lucky that I experienced those games in that order. You think Broke has detect magic that lets you know if all items in inventory are good, bad, or neutral? Okay, that's an interesting way to do it. In a sense, like it tells you, hey, this is good, but you don't know exactly what kind of good it is and if it suits your situation or not. On the other hand, Brogue is also a very drastically different game from Crawl. Like, yeah, I think that none of the things that I know about specifically Crawl can like translate to something like Brogue. I think that the games are just completely different from one another. Okay, so I have these two others. I'll try to kill them with Sandblast. No, that's not gonna work. The thing about Sandblast is that if it misses, it really hurts. And if you use it versus monsters in melee range, it also really hurts. I was starting to get pretty worried there because I was not at high HP. Unfortunate that I wasn't able to go around the corner to break the constriction or to break the mesmerize. Alrighty. Pretty good. We got some loot from the Siren sewer, which is probably one of the most difficult ones. Yeah, getting mesmerized like that is actually really scary at this point in the game. You don't think avatars can actually hurt you directly? They can't. I don't think they have attacks. Let's find out. Yeah, they don't have attacks, but they summon the things that do hurt you. Yeah, the drown souls. Those hurt a lot. But the big issue there was the fact that I was forced to put myself like right there in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by others and potentially more monsters that could actually deal a lot of damage, mm, as opposed to fighting in my preferred position. Okay, man, I really like Stone Arrow. It's such a strong spell. Like you get it, and all those extremely nasty things like that ogre just like become not necessarily trivial but significantly less dangerous. I feel like Sun Arrow gives you some degree of certainty, like it's a tool that you'll actually be able to use with to deal with the situation that the game is presenting you with. There's something that I really dislike in Crawl, and that is being in a situation where I have like zero tools to deal with other than running away. Running away, admittedly, is a tool that you can use, but it is, in my opinion, also the most boring of the tools that any crawl character has access to. It is intentionally not engaging with the content of the game, and by extension, I don't enjoy characters that are forced to run away very often. Yes, but Deep Elf doesn't have that problem, and I think that's why I like Deep Elf so much. And in general, spellcasting. I wonder what's been the value of that Ring of See Invisible. You know, See Invisible, it really is a thing that you don't notice until you start being close to monsters that are very powerful that can go invisible. For example, vampire knights, or even general vampires, like normal vampires at this point in the game, are kind of busted. Mm. So Vehumet already provided me some form of redundant damage type, which I picked up. I got Scorch. I haven't trained for it. I should probably do it. Yeah, I should probably do that right now. We're gonna need like 5 fire magic to be able to cast a Scorch. How do I like Deep Elf as compared to Draconian? I think that Deep Elf it suits my tastes more because they get a lot more mana as well. Draconian also is pretty good with the breath weapon, but nah, like Draconian is okay, but I really, really like Deep Elf. Draconian also has some other issues that Deep Elf does not really have later in the game. For example, the fact that they cannot wear body armor can actually hose them really bad when it comes to resistances in the later parts of the game. And Deep Elf doesn't really have that issue. You could say, oh, but you have like 4 strength, you cannot wear anything heavy. But there's still robes of resistance or leather armors that have stuff. Or I could even equip some strength gear and equip something heavier. Draconian straight up doesn't have the option to wear body armor. So yeah, that's probably one of my very few grievances with Draconian. In general, I don't like not having access to body armor because I consider body armor to be a very important part of a character's kit that gives them resistances. And it's funny because like people straight up don't think that. They think the opposite. Like body armor's value lies within the armor class that you can get from it, and that's it. So for a lot of people, Crystal Plate is super good. I personally don't use Crystal Plate. Like the only way for me to use Crystal Plate is if my character already has some pretty sick armor, or like some pretty sick resistances. Otherwise, I will be using gold scales instead. Gold scales are also significantly more reliably obtainable than crystal plate, so there's that as well. Your draconians are always sad when they get to Sod, and those draconians got robes. Do they get robes? They get cloaks for sure, but do they get robes? Hey, look at that, the obsidian axe. That thing that you should not use. Yes, do not use this unless you're playing like a super strong Minotaur that doesn't have to run away from anything, because otherwise bad things will happen to you. Yes, indeed. Oh no, these jacks are beating me. Oh no. So this one is almost dead. It can hit for 18. I have 17. It's not gonna kill me. There we go. Yeah. Unlucky to find a yak band. Um, they're kind of like at this point in the game, Jackbans are actually really spooky. They are tanky enough for me to not be able to kill them at a reasonable pace compared to other things like Orc Bands, and they also deal quite a bit of damage as well. Mm, Talking about Orc Bands, that one didn't really go very well. I missed on that poisonous orc a couple of times, but fortunately everything was fine because no one else dealt damage to me, so I was able to actually win the fight. All right, that's a lot of defensive consumables. In fact, that's a lot of scrolls that I want. Yes, I will buy them all. Like all the identifies and the scrolls of fear. I have one. I'll buy two for safety. Mm, I'll buy these, and I'll be back for the rest of the scrolls of fear. Well, I'll buy another one. Yeah. This level obviously has a lot of shops. Usually levels tend to have a lot of shops. If they have some shops. Yeah. It's kind of funny like that. Levels with one or two shops exist, but sometimes you get levels like these that are full of shops. Hopefully, we won't get any extremely juicy items that make me immediately regret spending all of my money on Scrolls of Identify. Mm. Okay, I also got Blink at some point. I should also train for it. I'll do it now just to avoid, like, just to give myself that added tool as an option. There's no point in rejoicing in having found Blink early in the game if you don't actually get it usable. And in my opinion, due to the nature of Blink being an inherently defensive tool that you have access to, having it be as reliable as possible, 1% chance to miscast is actually kind of important. So I wouldn't really want to have it at 9% as I had it earlier. Even at 3% as it is right now is kind of sketchy. Um, hmm. Oh, like these bees? Okay, it was fine. I am amazed that I managed to survive that. Yeah, there were the right amount of bees for me to not die there. I feel like if there had been one more bee, I probably wouldn't have been able to survive without using consumables. Mm, okay. So, if you're wondering about the spam of Stone Arrow, well, I recently got an Amulet of Mana Regen. I probably shouldn't have the Wolves. Yeah, when I ran out of mana, probably the correct thing to do was to use a Potion of Tree and tap the Wolf. It's kinda not going well, surprisingly. Yeah, I was thinking that I was gonna be able to beat it. Can you hurt me severely? Okay, you could attack me twice and kill me. I'll use Curing. Yeah, okay, now I think I can stun arrow. Alrighty, not terrible, but I feel like I could have done that a lot better. I think I used a potion of heal wounds there. I guess it's fine because they're inherently early game consumables. I've always said it. The only species for which potions of heal wounds are not exclusively early game consumables, or I guess not exclusively, but mainly early game consumables, are armators. Armators can actually use them later into the game and do get a lot from potions of heal wounds later on. For an Armator, drinking 2 potions of heal wounds is like drinking four for a normal character, and yeah, of course, drinking 4 potions of heal wounds later in the game is going to give you a substantial amount of HP. Armator is great, such a fantastic species. Oh, look at that +2 cloak. I actually want that. I currently have a Scarf of Repulsion, but I don't think that I want to equip it as of right now. Mystic Blast is pretty good, and funnily enough, I have the skills to actually cast it. Yes, Vehumet is enhancing my spellcasting for destructive spells, and I have a little bit of conjurations and translocations, so I can cast Mystic Blast. With a surprisingly high amount of power, I still should probably train a little bit for it because it doesn't do much unless it actually pushes monsters away. I wanted to push monsters away for sure. Yeah, chugging heal wounds while waiting to teleport. You're just going off the tiles? Oh, yeah, like tiles on reasons. Tiles on reasons. Mm, it's not often, but every now and then you guys tell me something regarding tiles that makes me think. I am very glad that I play console, so that I am not misled by tiles. Um, I just have grown very heavily accustomed to the way that information is presented in console. Um, there were so many things that when I played Tiles last year, it's been a year already since I played Tiles. There were so many situations where I was not sure what I actually wanted to hit. Where in console you get an indicator that says polearm, launcher, missile, so you know that a monster that normally wouldn't have a way to hurt you from afar is absolutely capable of doing so. And I consider that to be like a really, really cool thing for the game to have. Let's try training for 10 dodging. Um, I'm gonna be skilling this in a rather orthodox way, which is weird for me when it comes to deep elves. But I feel like most people would skill spellcasters like these. It's just that with deep elf, I normally like to throw all my eggs into the basket of whatever high level spell I happen to have access to. I'm getting some pretty bad blinks here. I guess Wand of Roots, because there's not much else to do. Come on, Wand of Roots is such a bad item. At the very least, it's not an item that fulfills the needs that I would normally have for Wand of Ice Blast. Wand of Ice Blast is something that I am more happy to find on almost all of my characters compared to Wand of Roots. Um, but then again, that's probably um, partially related to the fact that I have had many years of experience with Wand of Ice Blast and only a couple of months with Wand of Roots. It's a very, very new item in the grand scheme of things. That's not very good. Let's try using Wand of Roots. Yeah, if Harold hooks me, we are gonna be in a bit of an annoying situation, and it is probably gonna happen. Okay, yeah, I'm held in a net, I know. It doesn't really matter. Okay. There we go. I kind of want to wait out the mark because going into the Bailey while marked is gonna be a pretty bad thing. There we go. Yeah, Wand of Zombie Hands. Zombie Hands is a spell that I have called strong and pretty good in the past, but it is also a spell that I very rarely use. I have noticed that. Even if I have the skill to use that spell, I don't really do it. Mm, okay, I'm glad that this gate has been able to resist the punishment that much. Okay. This is probably my least favorite Bailey because part of the loot that you get here is the boomerangs and the darts. Like yeah, whenever the bolt was made, it was considered that those would be part of your reward for completing the bolt, which obviously are pretty lame rewards to get. Whenever you go into a Bailey, you go in, or at least at the very least, I go in thinking oh, this is gonna be difficult, but I'm gonna get some pretty cool stuff out of it. I'm gonna get a potion of experience or like some busted stuff. And what do I get? Boomerangs. Not even curare darts. Well, I guess this time it does have curare darts, which is nice and all, but it is certainly no potion of experience or scroll of acquirement or anything truly amazing like that. I haven't done it in its entirety, but I'm just talking about the previous experiences that I've had with this specific Bailey. Mm, oh, come on. Oh, you have plate. That explains everything. Hmm. Repel missiles, a scarf. Oh yeah. Oh, that's not good. There's not much that I can do about it, but yeah, I should have put on the repel missiles before doing the rest of these. I should drop that scroll of silence. That's actually dangerous. These guys have missiles, so if I read the scroll of silence, or not scroll of silence, a scroll of poison, they're just gonna sit there and throw things at me, and it will be bad. So what I'm gonna do is get to the door if possible and close the door. Uh, Open the door. Okay, I wish I was not slow. That's also a pretty bad thing. I shouldn't be slow. I have cancellation. Yeah, I should have done that way earlier. Okay, some pretty good blinks here. Um, yeah, you can keep throwing that to the darts all you want. It's not gonna circ me because I have minus circ. I need to get rid of that guy like right now. The guy with the circ darts. Because otherwise very bad things could happen. And yeah, there we go. We get some pretty whatever loot. Yes, I guess that's a way to put it. But we got 3 unidentified scrolls. I wonder what this is. Blinking. Okay, that's pretty good. That already made it worth it. I'm always a big fan of receiving scrolls of blinking, and also I got a lot of curare as well. It's pretty cool. Yep, lots and lots of curare, but that's pretty much it. I appreciate the curare. I consider that to be um, a rather high value thing to receive from a portal vault. But from a Bailey specifically, I was kind of expecting more LRD. I will obviously get that. Very lucky for me to get LRD. I'm an Earth Mage. I can already cast it, probably without a lot of spell power, but the reality is that I can cast it, and that's probably gonna be pretty good or good enough for situations like these. Yeah, dealing with the vampire mosquitoes, blinking away, dealing with the vampire mosquitoes again, pretty good. Immolation. I kind of want to. I don't have it. That's pretty whack. I can blink. The chances that it lands me in this specific tile are very low, and now they're 0. No, like I can still land here. Okay, now they're 0. Yep. That's probably the best way to use blinking. Like maneuver the amount or like the chances that you are going to land on a good tile or a bad tile. Um, I think that if I poke them a bit, I can incentivize them more to walk towards me. Never mind. Okay. Fortunately, it was very close to the stairs. Yeah, immolation would have been a pretty great thing to have there. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. Let me exclude that so that it doesn't happen again. Let's go downstairs. This amulet of mana regen that I found early has been very, very good for me and my character. I think that I generally win a lot whenever I am using mana regen. Like if I find mana regen early, I am more likely to win. Is what I'm trying to say. Same goes for normal regen and non-spellcaster characters. Just like regen slash mana regen are very, very strong things to have. That little bit of a boost that you get just because you have that item equipped is generally enough to tip the scales in most fights in this game. Like the difference between having to use a consumable and not having to use a consumable kind of thing. That acid dragon is actually pretty bad because it's poison resistant. And I am not poison resistant, but I also have 4 potions of resistance, so I guess I'll drink one. It was the right time to do so, by the way, because immediately afterwards the acid dragon hit me with its breath weapon. Yeah, shouts to resist corrosion, which I wouldn't have otherwise. Okay, now I have resist corrosion. I have acid scales. I think they're probably slightly too heavy for me to work without completely destroying my success rates. But let's see. Everything is 1% except for LRD, and it is probably not that significant of a difference one way or another. It's 10-15 or 9-13, or rather 10-13 or 9-15. I think that I'll keep the 9-15 just because it doesn't make me slightly more likely to miscast stuff. Alrighty. Now that I have this source of resistance to corrosion, I should actually use it for those oak leaf plants. Let me equip this and just get rid of the oak leaf plants right now. And afterwards, I guess we can take it off. Yeah, good old stone arrow. Nothing beats that. It's such a good tool to get rid of nasty stuff like these guys. The Oak plants. Let's go to the 11 with no fear of getting shafted, given that I have already gotten shafted. I can go even down to the 12. On the other hand, the 12 is where the gauntlets start spawning, I think. So I wouldn't want to generate that until later. Okay, I got 8 evocations. I do have an experience evocable, Lightning Rod. I did say earlier that, or like not earlier, but in a video that I posted the other day on YouTube, I said that having access to an experience evocable early on is a very good reason to train quite a bit of evocations, and I am gonna follow my own advice. By the way, these melee are extremely, extremely scary. I think I would have died if it had not been for LRD, because here's the deal with those guys. They actually hurt a lot. They deal a lot of damage because they smite and they move really, really fast, so you can just get smitten 2 or 3 times in a single turn if you get unlucky enough, and that's just from a single melee. You can probably get smitten only twice in reality. But they generate in bands of 3, so yeah, they can melt you really, really fast. And with only 68 maximum HP, that's absolutely a worry. Yeah, I wonder if I'm gonna get Iron Shot or something. Fireball. Fireball is not a bad spell, but I don't know if it's what I want right now. Ouch. I think that I would be happier running around with Stone Arrow rather than using Fireball. The thing about Fireball is that it is extremely, extremely noisy. Well, we already went down to D12 by accident. Might as well fully do it. Or not. Okay. Normally I mock Francis, but Francis is kinda out of my league right now. Yeah, I don't want to risk the possibility of waking her up, so I'm just gonna go Dueler. You would like a god of rock. It would be a pet rock, and it just grants you infinite large rocks. That would be so strong on throwable characters. Okawaru is kinda that. You do get very large amounts of large rocks. It's just that the flavor isn't there. But normally I don't really think about flavor that much. I think more about gameplay feel. I feel like the gameplay feel is flavor in its own. That's why I mentioned Okawaru. On the other hand, you could also say that a god that provides you with mana, like Vehumet does, could be considered that, given that Iron Shot slash Crystal Spear are kinda like throw rock. Yeah, Pet Rock Goth. It would be cool if it gave you like a Hep Ancestor that didn't do anything. Because Pet Rock. Okay, we're gonna read the port here because I have 9 and I don't have a corridor for these guys, so I cannot kill them. Ouch. Okay, I don't like this. I walked away from a band into another band. Fortunately, I still have 8 teleports now, 7. There we go. Now 8. Okay, okay. The game has been enabling my unhealthy teleporting habits. Yes, not having access to teleport can be pretty nasty. I've had it happen in the past, and yeah, definitely would not recommend being in such a situation. I actually should train this to 10. Yeah, train Earth Magic to 10 is probably the most important thing to do. That gives me access to LRD, and LRD is a pretty great spell. Hmm. Okay. Yep. Positioning in such a way that LRD gives me, or like that I get maximum efficiency for LRD is what I was doing there, in case you were wondering about the blinking and the giving up of choke points. My character is not robust enough that holding the choke point is actually that important. Like if it goes to a very drawn out fight, I'm gonna lose it because I'm a deep elf, and I'm also a spellcaster. So I prefer to just position the monsters in such a way that I can burst them down as much as possible and as mana efficiently as possible, pretty much. LRD is a fantastic thing to have for this point in the game. We are in the land of monsters that are mostly devoid of armor class, like this Hydra says, armor class none. I think in reality it has like 1 or 2 armor class, the Hydra, but it still gets hit extremely, extremely hard by LRD. Pretty good thing to do versus it. Mm. You like LRD, but you don't like Fulminant Prism. LRD requires less button presses. I don't know if you have noticed. Fulminant Prism doesn't target itself whenever you press the button. LRD does. It automatically targets a wall that is close to a monster. So in general, it's just much more comfortable to use than Prism. Um, Run out of mana. Let's hope that I don't run out of HP running away from these guys. Okay, I'm gonna go for another Lardy. It's probably for the best. Yeah, I was also thinking of doing stun arrows instead to kill them, but LRD was the correct thing to do there. By the way, there in this position, that frog really wanted to step on the alarm trap to ruin the day for me. Fortunately, I didn't really give it a chance to do it because I noticed just in time. Okay. Yep, I got Scorch and I even got a little bit of training for it, but I haven't been using it, nor do I think I will actually use it with this character. I only got it because sometimes you need a spell like that that just ignores monster evasion. Um, but I guess the occasion hasn't appeared yet for this character. Like I haven't been in a situation where I've been like, oh, I absolutely 100% need to hit these monsters like as soon as possible. Or rather, it did happen with the Meliai now that I think about it. But it happened after I got LRD, so Scorch was kinda rendered obsolete before I could make it be worth the experience. Um, Alrighty. Hmm. These water moccasins and their incredible evasion. Yeah, I shot it with 3 stun arrows and it missed 3 times in a row. So I just went for LRD, regretting my decisions. Like, why did I wanted to do that in the first place, to try to hit it with something that was not LRD? Yeah, always target whatever hits the most monsters is what I'm trying to do here. Alrighty, LRD has been the MVP so far. Yeah, I think that we can all agree on that. If you're wondering why I'm training spellcasting, well, more spellcasting means more mana. More mana means more ability to deal damage, like longer fights is what I'm trying to say. Fulminant Prism, Yankee, cast, run, cast, run. Yes, I also don't like that. Like, that's another point against Fulminant Prism. LRD is more direct damage. Like, you press the button and it deals the damage immediately. Rinse and repeat until whatever you wanted to kill is dead or in a position where you cannot LRD it. The feel of LRD is more satisfying, I guess you could call it satisfying, than Fulminant Prism. At the very least, that's what I think. Mm. Fulminant Prism is not a bad spell by any means. It's just bad gameplay wise. It's not bad damage wise. Mm. Yeah. I've always called Fulminant Prism cumbersome or clunky. Um, but yeah, janky is also a pretty good way to put it. Like, it feels like you have to do a lot to get damage, and you do get damage, and it is pretty decent damage, but still, um, it feels like something that I don't really want to use if I have the chance not to use it, of course. I could also use it and it would be okay. But after a certain point, especially when things start surviving more than one or two prisms, I would be like, okay, I need to upgrade away from this spell now. And unfortunately, I think that happens in like at a point in the game where you still may not have access to other resources to fix your problem. All right, this has not been going so well. Yes. I killed the elephant that was next to me, but with the amount of mana that I have, I don't think I can kill the rest of them. Mm. I can kite them, however, because I have mana regen. I can just kite them to the stairs, or just kite them around this huge pillar. I'm back at full mana, so I can fight again. Alrighty. Pretty good indeed. Let's continue.
My wife still doesn't believe in me.
Creative message goes here.
Well, Tarquine, thank you for the 10 months. I appreciate it. Um, Thank you for the continued support. Can't believe it's already been 10 months. Time sure flies, right? Yeah, Airstrike. I don't think I'm gonna be using Airstrike with this character. Okay, it's a bit too many fights in a row. I'm running low on resources. I don't like this. I don't like this. Fortunately, the War Moccasin, which was the thing that I was most worried about there, died in a single cast of LRD. But yeah, I am very low on mana now, and I'm not out of enemies. I'm gonna use a Scroll of Poison. At the very least, that will. Yes, I was thinking either it buys me time, because the monsters won't want to step on the poison clouds, or they will do that and then they will die. But the Death Yak can potentially two-shot me, which is kind of worrisome. I think we're reading Teleport here. Yes, we are reading Teleport here. Ouch. Okay, please don't kill me. Heal wounds. Is that gonna save me? Okay. I went of the frying pan into the fire, or so they say. Yeah, this is not very good, especially because I have very low resources. The arena is also pretty bad. I don't want to fight these kinds of monsters here. If I had a wand of digging, everything would be a lot better. But I don't have such an item. I do have fear, however, and I can just fear the frogs and just snipe the one that was almost dead. Mm, Alrighty, so I am pretty much waiting here for whatever Vehumet will give me next in order to see what I do with this character for the rest of the game. I have Airstrike, yes, but Airstrike is rather low level. I want something more powerful, like something that's level 6 or level 7 that I can actually train hard on and then eventually get like Firestorm or so. I haven't done Firestorm on a deep elf in a while, and I really, really like doing that. So let's see how it goes. Um, okay, one of the guys that was standing on poison died. Mm, wow, there's no corridors inside. This is awful. Yeah, Blink frogs are not the kind of enemy that I would like to kill with stone arrow. They kinda have a lot of evasion. Mm, yep, lots of evasion. 61% chance to hit. Not good enough for killing a band of monsters. Having to roll 61% chance to hit versus a singular isolated monster is not the end of the world, especially because they're also running against you. But when you have to fight a whole band that has a 61% chance to, or like that you have a 61% chance to hit, that's pretty bad. Scroll summoning, pretty good stuff. Death Axe. I have a scroll summoning that I could use for these Death Axe. They're kinda out of my league. Yeah, they have enough armor class that LRD is not gonna do wonderfully against them. I'll use the scroll summoning. Let's see what I get. I get some non-Death Axe. Strength in Unity, I suppose. Let's see if my non-Death Yaks can deal with the Death Yaks. They're really not dealing with them. Okay, that's pretty bad. Yeah, I don't wanna be in this level. Oh, I missed the stairs. That was entirely my fault. This Death Yak will catch up to me. Yes, it did. Oh no, I blinked right into the Death Yaks. Alright, we are reading scroll blinking. Funnily enough, minus blink does not prevent you from blinking altogether. It just it prevents you from using the scroll of, or like the. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. Am I dead? I am not dead. Okay. Yeah, let me exclude that. It doesn't. It only prevents you from using the blink spell, is what I was going to say. Doesn't prevent you from using the scroll of blinking. If it did, that would be a rather unfortunate downside of minus blink. Mm. Yeah, there's little mistakes costing. That was my first scroll blinking use this game. The scroll fear is not that bad. I have a fair amount of them, and we're on the cusp of being able to kill whatever the game throws at me. It's just that I cannot deal with 7 Death Yaks just yet. Okay, is this the gauntlet? That's the gauntlet, right? Let's go over here. Let's see what we get when it comes to this gauntlet. Ancient Boots is what we get, and that's it. Only one Randart. Rather stingy. Oh, I see. I see why. It's probably the worst gauntlet that exists in the game, the worst layout. You get one option, but you can bail out at any time. After every gauntlet, or after every gauntlet room, you have an option to go straight to the Minotaur, which is taking this one. But you have to complete it in order to get the ultimate prize in this case, which is the Ancient Boots. I have had situations where this gauntlet doesn't generate any artifacts for me. This one is literally the worst one. It should probably be removed because of how bad it is. Okay, so how are we going to deal with these bees? LRD, of course. Is it gonna go well? We shall see. Okay. Okay, you didn't get hurt that much. It has a lot of HP. That went fine. Yeah, it could have been a lot worse. And we get nothing out of doing that. Yep, the rewards in this gauntlet are very, very lackluster. Does that get hit? It does. Okay, cool. Huh. Yeah, this spell can feel like cheating sometimes with the way that you can snipe things through corners like that, or hit things that are beyond your line of sight. Mm, okay, that wizard is absolutely spooky with its 38% chance to vanish me. I could silence and just make a run for it. That is definitely an option that I have. Um, I also wouldn't really need to sacrifice the potion of haste. I think that I can be here and just like grab the potion of haste and get out. Maybe. Hmm. As long as I don't bring the wizard with me into the waiting room or anything really. I think that even one of these guys could kill me from full HP if I was silenced. That's how. Oh no, it couldn't. It absolutely couldn't because I have lightning rod. That's the power of training for evocables with your deep elf. I should have read silence before doing this. Now I will bring the wizard with me into the waiting room. There's more wizards on the other side, however, so I guess let's just do this. Okay, there's a shiny helmet here. Mm, the final room doesn't have anything that I have issues with. It's like gargoyles. I can LRD the normal gargoyles. I cannot LRD the molten gargoyles. I think there's only like 2 or 3 gargoyles. Usually, mm, this is just a little funny thing that the game sometimes does. I don't really know why. Okay, so there's 3 wizards and they're silenced. And I have Wand of Roots. And I am going to use Wand of Roots. Okay, now they're rooted. Let's use Lightning Rod. Not that Lightning Rod needs the extra accuracy, but I in this occasion use Wand of Roots to add a little bit of extra damage. Um, Pretty good. Wow, Lightning Rod absolutely carrying my Scroll of Silence strategy here. Um, so this was definitely a little mistake that turned out very well for me because the next room also had wizards and I hadn't noticed until I went in. Okay, what do we train for now? I'm still waiting on my next spell from Vehumet. Mm, More fighting, more dodging, more dodging. Let's see. Go all the way up to 12. Okay, that went very, very well. Almost as well as it could have gone. And for my trouble, I got a Helmet of Intelligence. I was thinking of running past this specific level, or like this specific room as well, because there were too many wizards, but I then decided to fight them and it went very well. Yes, it was the correct thing to do, absolutely. Okay, there's only 3 gargoyles and there's crystal, so I could theoretically use the crystal to kill them. Is there really only 3 gargoyles? I sure hope that there's only 3 gargoyles. Hmm. Oh, there were 4 gargoyles. Ah, that's pretty bad, you know. This hurts because Crystal will bounce the Molten Gargoyle Beam. I'm pretty sure it's magma, but I'm pretty sure it counts for the purposes of multi-sapping with Crystal. Oh, it didn't. Look at that. That's pretty cool. It didn't. Um, Ouch, don't do that again. I need you to stop doing that because it actually hurts. Oh, there was also a Catoblepas. I didn't see that upon my initial scouting of this specific room. Wow, this is certainly quite spooky. The Catoblepas with this specific, layout. I kind of want to blink, but on the other hand, it's gonna land me on the clouds of petrification dust and bad things will happen. I think that the only option that I have is like literally to tank the Catoblepas. Very scary proposition with the amount of HP that I have. HP slash defenses, but it worked out. Alrighty. The boots that we got, they're an upgrade. They're certainly an upgrade. And now I have See Invisible, so I can put on this ring of cold resistance. Do I have 2 rings of cold resistance now? Okay. I don't think I'll ever need the ring of See Invisible, at the very least. Or the boots. Yeah, sure, we can probably drop those into the floor and it will be okay. Alrighty. Gauntlet time, or like Minotaur time. Crystal, that's beautiful. Something that we can absolutely take advantage of. Is it hurt already? It is. It has played, so this is probably going to be slightly complicated. You know something that I should have done? I'm carrying an Orb of Guile. I could have used Wand of Charming and Orb of Guile to make this guy friendly and not want it to hurt, or make it not want to hurt me. These Quivering Javelins, that's probably going to hurt me. Do I have a Potion of Invisibility? I do. Okay. Don't come close to me, Mr. Minotaur. Are you carrying anything interesting? No, you're not. Okay. Kind of surprising that it's not just chucking jabs at me as they tend to do. I guess it's because it didn't see me going invisible. The loot is slightly lackluster. Okay, there we go. Here comes the jabs. It threw 1. It didn't hurt me that much, fortunately. The loot was very, very lackluster. I guess I should also pick up the leather armor, fire resistance, and let's get out. Okay. That was interesting. Yep, it went very well for me, but it could have been quite disastrous had I been slightly more unlucky. It could have also been way better if I had just switched into some items that I am carrying in my inventory. Yeah, that's an option that I very rarely choose to do. In general, inventory juggling is not something that I do that often. I don't know if you've already noticed. You probably have. Okay, I think the best spot for me to fight these guys is to sit here. And then they will go through walls until they get to me, so I can snipe them with LRD. Your current character with 2 runes has no enchanted auxiliary armor at all. Oof, no randarts, I suppose, if you're mentioning that. Yeah, that's pretty lame. That's pretty lame. Running around with +0 gear. Oh, look at that, a wyvern. I can charm you, Mr. Wyvern. I can absolutely charm you. Or I can try to charm you at the very least. Wow, Wyvern absolutely nuked that elephant. I think it was somewhat hurt already, but still. Okay, Wyvern died. It was poisoned. I accidentally poisoned it with a tab attack. Alrighty. You have a fire resistance ring and a cold resistance weakness to fire ring, and no willpower or anything. It has +2 but no extra effects. Oh, I see. No brands on it. That's also pretty bad on its own. You know, the more the game progresses, the more bad being in such a situation is. Yeah, the worse it gets if you're in a situation like that. It is not impossible to win if you find yourself in such a situation. I remember very vividly that I had a debuff the other day. Well, I say the other day, it was a couple of months ago. I think it was in 2022, however, that I was doing SOT with only willpower and 3 pips of fire resistance spear, and I still managed to do it. I wanted to link that on Reddit the other day, but I didn't find the character, which is pretty strange because I'm 100% sure that I put it on YouTube because it was remarkable. I guess is a good way to put it, that I managed to do such a thing. But I don't know what that character was, or even if I put it on YouTube, or in which account I played that character. That also was why I had such a hard time finding it. Yeah, it's a shame. Oh, I got marked. Getting marked in Layer 5 is very, very annoying, given that the level tends to have a lot of monsters. So we're gonna go down different stairs. Mm. Worst possible blink. Um, I really am craving a way to hit monsters, multiple monsters at the same time, which the game has given me in the form of LRD. But LRD is not usable in every situation, especially not when you are surrounded by monsters, as I am about to be in a couple of turns. I can't believe this Hornet, by the way. Why does it even have a lot of armor class in the first place? I guess exoskeleton, but still, yeah, this is not good. I got slowed already, but I still have a substantial amount of HP. Perks of actually training evasion, I suppose. Mm, but I think that beyond this point in the game, like you could have 40 evasion and it would not do a lot for you. I've been in situations with extremely evasive characters in like bolts or so, where I feel like I'm not gonna get hit by anything, and then I just get hit by Octors 3 or 4 turns in a row. And it is very annoying when such a thing happens. It usually leaves you on the brink of death. Um, Doing bolts with no willpower was super painful. You gotta pick a third rune soon and you think whatever you pick will kill you. Have you considered doing the Abyss? Because the Abyss will uh, probably not kill you. Yes, I have been liking the Abyss more and more as my third rune of choice in recent times. Um, I haven't done it very frequently, but if you think about it, it's probably like the least dangerous one out of the three, or out of the options that you get for 3 runes, like the reasonable options. You're not gonna go into a hell for a third rune, let alone Tomb or Pandemonium. But yeah, the Abyss is probably very manageable. The game tells you super quick when you're about to see a rune. It is pretty cool. Yeah, I like the Abyss for for a third rune. Mm. Regardless of what you end up trying, let me know what happens. Just out of curiosity. Ouch. Okay, let's not tank the Hydra. As a squishy deep elf, it's gonna hurt. Okay, scroll of identify. Guardian Serpent immediately surrounds me. I blink, I land in a very poor spot 3 times in a row. Okay, I'm just going deeper into this ridiculous situation. I don't like Guardian Serpents. I think that Guardian Serpents are among my least favorite enemies because you never know how things are gonna be bad when you have a Guardian Serpent on the screen, but you know that they're gonna be bad. Um, but the thing is that things can be bad in drastically different ways in this game, and depending on how they are bad, you can actually play around and do things to mitigate the amount of badness that you're subject to. But with Guardian Serpents, you have even less information than usual because they can blink things that you're not seeing. And I think that's pretty unfair. Personally, I don't think they should be able to do that. So you can make a conscious decision whenever you're fighting them, like you have more information. But then again, I am also just like a big fan of more information in Crawl in general. I think that damage rating is a very okay step forward. I would like to see more of that. Also, spells that don't check accuracy are also a big thing that I like. Or things that don't check defenses, even if they don't deal that much damage, as long as they don't check defenses, they should be okay because they give you like some degree of certainty that you're gonna deal damage and stuff. Mm. By the way, I got Iron Shot earlier. I should probably start using it. Is it more or less accurate than Stun Arrow? Mm. It is less accurate than Stun Arrow. Okay. Why is a higher level spell less accurate? Who knows, but it certainly is like that. I don't have fire resistance. Yeah. Ouch, that really hurt. Of course it did. I don't have fire resistance. Yeah, I'm glad that I was at full HP, because otherwise that would have killed me. Let's read the teleports. Probably drink a heal wounds. I don't think it can hit me that hard again. I killed it in retaliation, but still, I was in no shape to fight another thing. I got Scrolls of Blinking, by the way, before I forget about them. Let's use them. Ooh, look at that! The buckler is good, but the ring is excellent. I don't know what I want. Like, both the buckler and the ring are really, really good. You know what's funny? I have 2 or 3 acquirements, and I'm 100% sure that whatever the next acquirements give me is not gonna be as good as either the buckler or the ring. So yeah, if only one of these 2 items could be transferred to the next scroll of acquirement, that would be so great. Um, the sewer I just did got updated to show that the merfolk are weaker. Sickly, merfolk, siren, malarious merfolk avatar. It's always been like that. What do you mean it just got updated? Lopperly monster. Oh, actual monsters. Okay, that's what you mean. Recolor them for console. Ah, I wonder if that. I wonder if Hellmonk saw me do that and was like, perhaps that should be fixed. If so, thank you for that, Hellmonk. I appreciate it. 10 minutes ago. Let me have a gummy. I think that adding a little bit of sugar for the streams actually helps. Mm. Yeah, I have these little penguin gummies. After the stream, I will put a picture on my Discord. The penguin gummies. It's blueberry flavored. I think it is blueberry flavored at the very least. I like them a lot. They're made by a brand called Ricolino in Mexico. Been a big fan of them. Of these gummies at the very least. I like gummies in general. It's a shame that they are so sweet and by extension rather unhealthy to consume in excess. I like the texture of gummies. I feel like I could eat a lot of meals that were gummy textured. But anyway, what are we grabbing here? These are all pretty good. Well, I haven't even seen the book. Let me take a look at the book. Ah, it's summons. I'm not doing that. I'll grab the ring just because it's double willpower. Like, it's further guarantee that I'm not gonna get hexed. Put this on. We can drop the ring of dexterity. I'm not using that. What's up with the rings of cold resistance? I found oh no, I dropped the 2 of them that I had. I thought that I had 3. You know, I was pretty sure that this was not gonna have anything for me. That ring is pretty okay as well. Oh, shatter. I could do that. See, this is pretty good because if I grab this, Vehumet won't give me shatter. Not to mention that I can just put all my experience towards shatter right now because I know that I have it. Get it castable by like my first rune or so. Requirement is will plus. How much will do I want? Lots of will. Will is a pretty good thing to have. I think I'll grab the ring. Yeah, that ring is great. I like resistances, and that ring provides me resistances and extra damage. Yeah, and I don't need Shatter so early. Alrighty. Okay, lost 3 evasion there because I took off the Ring of Dexterity. The character is looking super good. I am lacking one thing, and that one thing is resistance to electricity. Fortunately, I have it right here. I can put this on. It doesn't destroy my spellcasting success rates, which is a pretty good thing. And I have 1 pip of every resistance except for poison resistance. Looking forward to fixing that in the future. Perhaps with a Staff of Venom or something. Mm. But yeah, I feel like the character got better, drastically better from those Scrolls of Acquirement. I'm glad that I did that. I was not going to read them until later. And then I probably would have forgotten about reading the Scrolls of Acquirement in the first place. Running pretty low on mana. I'm gonna be going to the stairs and then shooting down the guys. I see that the screen is stuck. Yeah, Talos is glitched. It tends to happen, unfortunately, frequently. Acquirement pop-up stock. I wonder if that happened because I left it there for a while, for like a couple of minutes. No problem. Anytime. Just let me know and I'll fix it. But if you don't let me know, I won't know that I have to fix it because I'm not really looking at that screen. I have two monitors, right? One of the monitors has the crawl window, the one that I'm actually interacting with, and the other one has the chat. And this, yeah, like the positioning of the chat is super awkward. I really want to change the program that I use for streaming just because of the chat thing. Since I recently made my crawl window larger, it is now large enough that I cannot have the game chat or like the stream chat and the game in the same monitor. That has reduced my chat awareness, but I still have the chance to take a look at the chat every now and then. That Basilisk had a bad but very short day. Yeah, like walked around the corner, got hit by an iron shot, and then that was that. On the other hand, they sometimes do the same thing to me, where I walk around the corner, I get instantly petrifying status effect. So yeah, um, it's payback for all those times they do that. Okay, this is the fabled Lair 3 that I had to skip because the level had 2 bands of Death Yaks. I will be taking on that before leaving Lair, but I will do it in a rather careful fashion, yes, because we don't want to stumble onto a lot of Yaks. I was actually walking in the opposite direction of where they were last time I saw them. Crazy to me that I happened to stumble upon them by doing that. Doesn't really seem like something that should have happened, but what do I know? Yeah, this is going really well. Like, between Mana Regen and Vehumet, I feel like I can actually spam Iron Shot. And if I run low on mana, I can just walk away for a bit, and then I have my mana back, so I can continue Iron Shotting. This is how Sky used to play back when Sky was active in the game. Sit there with Iron Shot on the quiver. Well, the quiver didn't exist back then, so what Iron Shot or what Sky did was not cast or like make a macro for Iron Shot or for Crystal Spear, and then just like cast that every time and run away. I think Sky only played Spriggan spellcasters that specifically did that. Iron Shot, run away until you have mana again, rinse and repeat until you kill everything. What can I say? That sounds like my way of playing Spriggan. I just never did it because it's a Spriggan. Spriggan has like a really bad conjurations aptitude. I think it's -3 or so. It's actually super bad. So that people don't feel like that's the optimal way to play Spriggan, but I wish I could do it. Okay, gonna read the port because I got cornered. It's pretty bad. Lots of monsters. Sounds awful. What makes it awful? I mean, getting it castable in the first place is probably kind of awful, but you do have the ability to run away from everything for free because Spriggan. Um, what best way to use it than to get an ability that lets you kill everything and until you can't kill everything and then you run away until you can kill everything again. Better than traditional Spriggans like stealthy stabby Spriggans, hexy Spriggans too. Just not fun. Yeah, I don't know. I think that style of playing Spriggan is very reminiscent of what I'm doing. That's why I mentioned it. Um, I feel like it is something that I wouldn't consider to be awful, but I guess I have to experience it myself to decide on that. Yeah, I wouldn't really know if it's actually awful or not unless I actively do it myself. Mm, Nessos. Okay, with a barding of stealth. Two iron shots later. Goodbye, Nessos. Mm, Passage of Galubria. I can get that. You know what? I'm gonna learn it. I will almost never use Passage of Galubria, but I feel like it's the kind of thing that if you have access to it in your game, you should probably learn it because it might end up saving you, just as Passwall is. Oh, look at that! I got Orb of Destruction. I'll learn it just because I have a lot of spell slots left. Um, I'm actually gonna be training this to 15 now. Sonia with Kirare. And Distortion. Well, she always has Kirare. I have Mind Burst, however. You blow up Sonia. Cool. Intelligence. How much damage is this dealing? 9 dice of 8. You know, it's not terrible damage to be running around with at this point in the game. Definitely not. You feel like you would be better off using a ranged weapon with Spriggan? Absolutely. Ranged weapons are better for Spriggan than Iron Shot. Mm, you can do the same thing as that Sky did, but you do it with Nervalus now. The thing is that when Sky played, that was not really a thing that you could do. Also, Sky was a big fan of using Sky weapons. Like, that's where the term Sky weapon comes from. In case you don't know about that specific term, it means a weapon that has ideal or good properties on it that is not good as a weapon. For example, +2 mace that gives you 3 pips of fire resistance. That would be a Sky weapon. Or elemental staves are also Sky weapons, though they have more utility, so they're not strictly Sky weapons. By the way, this ring on B is actually pretty cool. That's a Ring of Cheibriados Worshipper, Ring of Augmentation. Pretty amazing ring. What do I have right now? Yeah, I don't think I'll ever be using that ring, however. It's a shame. But I would like to buy it just because it is such a strong ring. The other ones are not that amazing, but that one is pretty great. Mm. Yeah, resistance is stick. Mm. But Sky weapons are not limited to only being defensive. That's the thing. For example, a +1 glove that has like 10 intelligence would also be considered a Sky weapon. A Sky weapon is anything that you want to wield for any reason that is not actually attacking or using it for its intended purpose. For practical purposes, Sky weapon turns your weapon slot into to a third ring slot that can only equip Randard rings pretty much. Mm. And this character is in a perfect position to make use of a Sky weapon, being a character very similar to what Sky would play. Mm, so yeah, it all depends on what I end up finding with my character. By the way, I shouldn't have gone here, I think, because it's D13. I know that Orc is not here, and Orc is next on my list of things to do. Um, but I already entered the level, and I generated an ice cave, so I better go find it. This bolt looks kind of spooky. I don't want to interact with that. Is this the ice cave? I think this is the ice cave. Yeah. Bolts entrance, random shop right here, and ice cave. Oh yeah, you can tell in tiles. In console you cannot tell. I figured it out because of the shape of the bolt. Because I was like, I've seen ice caves entrances that look like that before. But in tiles it's super obvious that that's the ice cave entrance. Mm. Whoa. It's fine. I have resistances. Yeah. This character has such good resistances already that I might want to. I might want to go do elf actually. Oh, look at that! Accidentally sniped a goblin with a spear. I find that Okawaru bolt pretty funny. The goblins with pole arms over the moat. If they spawned earlier, they would be actually pretty bad, but I don't think they do. I want to avoid that huge vault as much as possible. I don't think I want to do it until after I do Orc. Because late dungeon bolts usually are pretty ridiculous. Okay, have cold resistance, let's go in. It's D13, right? So it's not going to be a hard ice cave. Only D14 and D15 place hard ice caves. Personally, I don't like that. I feel like it adds inconsistency to the game. You know that when it comes to ice caves, D14 and D15 ice caves are the bad ones, the ones that you're least likely to actually be able to do. So it just adds a magic number to ice caves. It also is like a rather weird threshold. Like I would understand if an ice cave in a lure branch was more difficult, right? Like that actually makes sense because that part of the game is not the dungeon. But dungeon ice caves also having the chance to be hard ice caves, something that I've never really liked. Yeah, I feel like D14 and D15 is just too early to be placing that kind of thing. Boy, this character is good. I really am enjoying this character. But then again, I enjoy characters that can actually walk around and kill stuff. Yeah, I've never understood why people consider Deep Elf to not be incredible when I am walking around doing stuff like what I'm doing with this character, putting Iron Shot on the quiver and mashing Iron Shot until things die. No clouds. Is this the one with the Reaper? I think it might be the one with the Reaper. It's okay because in the hard version of this, you don't get a Reaper. You get 2 Ice Fiends. It's kind of insane. Like, to think that you could get 2 Ice Fiends by D14 and be expected to actually fight them or be in the same level with them is kind of crazy, in my opinion. By the way, I kind of lost this. I'm gonna use a potion of mana. I don't want to get hit by the melee of the Reaper. It actually hurts a lot. That's why I'm blinking around like crazy. And yep, as I mentioned earlier, there is a point in the game where monsters are just like not gonna care about your evasion anymore. And to be completely fair, I don't really have that much evasion. I only have 15 evasion, but still. Anyway, some unfortunate blinks. Gonna have to control this one. I'm gonna walk around a bit. How hard can you actually hit? 55 plus freezing. Oh, it's a Spriggan Simulacrum, so I cannot run away from it. That's delightful. Is it gonna hurt me? It's not gonna hurt me, it's gonna lose a turn. How come it lost a turn? Slow but covers ground quickly. Oh, it hit me, and that's why I was able to walk away from it. Okay, cool. Okay, now, it would be great if I could kill these. Oh no, like, was that really necessary? Of all the tiles that I could have landed on, it put me next to the Reaper. Fortunately, I have high enough spell power on Blink. I have 100% spell power, so it almost never gives me the debuff that prevents me from blinking again. Perks of training spellcasting. Like, training spellcasting is so useful. Mm. Um, I heard from someone, or like, I read it on Reddit actually, in a comment, that it is pretty cool that Crawl is such a deep and complex and unsolved game that two different players can play the game in like wildly, radically different ways, and it like the players are not incorrect by playing differently. So like I've talked about it in the past, but like I've always felt like Crawl is similar to a puzzle game where you have multiple paths to the solution of the puzzle. Rift Wizard is much more like that. I have to say that, but Crawl also has a very nice chunk of it. Alrighty. That was annoying. The Reaper cost me a bit too many resources. I used a scroll blinking and a potion of mana. And the loot that I got here was extremely lackluster. Yes, sometimes size caves can be very hit or miss. I would have been more excited about the helmet if it had been a helmet of cold resistance or something, though I am not sure if such a thing can generate. It was a helmet of Sea Invisible, which I left behind. Mm, yeah, not something that I care about. I already have Sea Invisible. Yes, I mentioned I wanna stay as far away from the big bolt in the middle of the level as much as possible. Yep, as far away as much as possible. Alrighty, that hurt. But fortunately, Cyclopes are pretty slow, so they cannot just burst you down like that. You like when top players with big streaks disagree? Kind of cool. It's just like there's so many ways to play crawl, so many playstyles that um, some like there's no optimal in crawl, and that's really cool. It allows for a lot of um, versatility and variety and creativity. Mm, mm. How did you catch up with me? Huh? How did this guy catch up with me? At some point, I must have done like a suboptimal move there. Hmm, weird. I did get Orb of Destruction. Okay. And I already have it castable, by the way. Hmm. It's not what I really wanted. For this kind of situation, I have Mystic Blast. Yeah, and let's not forget that I have access to Mystic Blast because it's actually gonna be pretty good for this place. Hmm. Could have also used it for the Reaper earlier if I had kept it in mind. But as I have barely used it, I don't really keep it in mind. Okay. It is very. I don't want to say obscure, but like subtle, the effect that Vehumet has on the character. But I can guarantee you that the character is being greatly helped by Vehumet. To begin with, like a lot of the spells that I'm using were actually provided by Vehumet. I got LRD, I got Iron Shot, and I guess I got Mystic Blast, which I will try to use more. All three of those were provided by Vehumet. Vehumet is also giving me more success rate, which is probably allowing me to cast in this ring mail of resistance to electricity. And also the mana on kills is significant. Sometimes I cast Iron Shot and I get back like the entirety of the cost or so. It will become more evident later in the game because the mana refund scales with monster hit dice. Or might have been good for the Reaper too. Absolutely, I agree. Since I missed a lot of Iron Shots versus the Reaper. Orb is something that you kind of want to use versus Orb Knights and stuff. Okay, it didn't kill the Orb Knight, but it certainly did deal a lot of damage to it. Okay, the Warlord is in there, so I want to go out and hopefully regain as much mana as possible before actually having to fight the Warlord. Okay, full mana. Okay, I was thinking that I had Scrolls of Poison on the floor that I just hadn't been picking up because my RC file does not pick up dangerous items. But it is not the case. Oh, I have 4 identifies. Oh, amnesia. It's not what we want. There we go. Oh, okay, that's fine, that's fine. You have identified the last scroll torment. It was a scroll of immolation. Okay, that was lucky. I was about to read the other one. I was very, very close to reading the other one. However, I am very glad that I chose not to do so, because otherwise it would have been pretty bad. I have fire resistance already. If this guy explodes, it's not the end of the world. It would be annoying. I would prefer not to be in range of the explosion. And fortunately, I walked away the turn before it exploded. That was actually very, very convenient. Okay, bring back the mana. I wonder if I can hit this guy with Orb of Destruction. Let's see. I did. And it didn't hurt the guy that much. How come? 9 dice of 12 and it didn't hurt the guy that much? Questionable. I have Lightning Rod. Yeah, for these kind of situations, I have Lightning Rod. Wow, that hurt me. 27. In terms of maximum HP, that's quite a lot. Yeah, that's quite a lot of maximum HP. But we get rid of the Warlord, and now we get rid of everyone else. Oh, there's a path towards me that doesn't really have to deal with fire until the very end. Alrighty. Run darts. Okay, I'll be checking these out, but not yet. Let's see the other shops. I'll come back for the Randarts at the end of the level. We don't know if there's gonna be something amazing that I might want to spend my hard-earned money on. Wow, it's a lot of green orcs. Yeah, something cool about Crawl is that the tiles are designed with, or like, yeah, tile colorings are sometimes based on console monster colorings. Like, for example, the Orc Priests have green clothing in tiles, I think. Like, the tile has green clothing. And in console, it's a green O. Yeah. Alrighty, I guess I'll train more fighting, because what else am I going to do? Maybe train a little bit of stealth, considering that I'm running away a lot. Could allow me to do the Abyss as my third rune, like nothing. Okay, the rest of the shops in this level are in that vault. I think that vault has 2 shops. Or is it only one? It's only one. It's only one. Scroll blinking. Well, that's an instant buy. You always buy the scrolls of blinking. I think I'm missing a shop. Oh, here it is. Ooh, look at that. Random globes. Let's take a look. They give me weakness to fire. They're not very good. Yeah, not very good. Paranoia. Okay, let's take a look at the Randarts. Oh, I have the Ring of the Tortoise in a shop. I kind of forgot about it. It is beyond my reach, and I also think that it doesn't apart enough for me to actually want to buy it. It's 2k gold for 8 armor class, and yeah. I think I'm gonna pass on that. Um, it's pretty good. Probably much better than what I have right now. Let's check out the other one as well. Impermanence. It gives poison resistance at the very least. I'm gonna carry it around just because it's my poison resistance. Like, if I need poison resistance, I can switch to that. Other than that, we have some pretty nice sky weapons already. Okay, I think I'm ready to actually deal this ridiculous late dungeon bolt. Yeah. Haven't even seen the contents of the vault, and I know that it is ridiculous because that's just how it is. Arc Jolt. It is a way to deal with large masses of monsters in the open, which is something that I don't have the ability to do right now. I guess I'll grab it. Yeah, might have to forget about... I should forget about something right now. I think that we can safely forget about Stone Arrow, perhaps. Yeah, worst case scenario, I can always relearn Stone Arrow, though I don't think I'm actually doing that. Look at that, Josephine has a Wand of Digging for me. So generous. Pretty good, pretty good. We also got a Ring of Fire Resistance. It might be useful for Sot in case I have not found a second source of fire resistance. Doing Sot 5 with only one pip of fire resistance is extremely, extremely bad. I would very heavily advise against doing that. The more fire resistance you have for Sot 5, the better. You know, I've been going rather slowly at this character. It's been almost 2 hours. But I don't really feel like time has passed so much. Like, I am genuinely enjoying this experience of playing Deep Elf. Something ironic about Josephine carrying a weapon of Holy Wrath. I mean, if I was a Necromancer, I would do the same, because Necromancers cannot really kill undead unless they happen to find the Dispel Undead. But how often do you actually find Dispel Undead early enough? I feel like it is more common for a Necromancer to actually find a weapon of Holy Wrath and use that instead of Dispel Undead. It really should be more common, especially considering how ridiculous some early game undead monsters are. Like, a good example of what I'm talking about is Whites. Yeah, Skeletal Warriors, Phantoms, Shadows, Vampires. Oof, Vampires are awful. I may want the cancellation, but that's about it. Look at that sling. That sling is pretty good. Resistance to electricity too. That might become my sky weapon. It would open up my body armor slots for me to wear whatever I want, so I don't have to rely on resistance to electricity from it. I'll put it on the wish list. Careful with the Death Knight because it has distortion. We don't want to be in the receiving end of distortion. Fortunately, 2 iron shots later, that's no longer an issue. But yeah, those guys can be pretty bad, especially if they turn on the pain mirroring. Pain mirroring was never a good ability because in general in Crawl you don't want to take damage in the first place. Okay, D14. I'm fighting the Bolt's entrance because it kind of feels like I'm fighting the Bolt's entrance with this assortment of monsters that I'm seeing here. I wish I was not barbed. Am I standing on the stairs? I'm not standing on the stairs, okay. Stairs are rather far away. I'm gonna move, yeah. I feel like the barbs are gonna deal less damage than the Skeletal Warriors. The barbs spikes snapped loose. How much damage was that? It was like literally halving my HP. That hurt. But yeah, it was that or fighting the Skeletal Warrior. And because I didn't have that much mana, I didn't want to fight the Skeletal Warrior. I really, really like the nerf to Boulder Beetles. They can still hurt you pretty badly, but they're no longer unreasonable as they used to be. And yeah, I genuinely thought that all Boulder Beetles were legit unreasonable. Having something appear that can hit you for more than your maximum HP on like D6 is kinda bad, a bad idea. I never liked it. But that's not really gonna be an issue anymore, fortunately. Mm. So, I guess I have Lightning Rod. Yeah. Oh, I didn't kill anyone. Well, I guess it did kill like 2 guys. I needed that to hit. How much? They don't even have that much evasion. Iron shots. Accuracy can be pretty painful. Alrighty. Get me out of here. I don't have mana to deal with that guy. Or I guess I can try going downstairs and yeah, perhaps not iron shots. I should have used LRD instead. Can I hit the tormentors? I can. Okay. D14 tormentors guarding some demon loot. Very funny. Fortunately, I have LRD, and LRD hits them through the grate. So yeah. There was a demon trident and some rather low level consumables. Nothing truly amazing like a scroll of linking. Okay, this is the bolt's entrance. We're perfectly okay. Hat of the Bear Spirit. Okay, that's not good. You do not equip that on any kind of character that cares about its mana. The Rage property is also... Yeah, it's a very weird item. I don't like the Rage property. I've never liked it. Some people think of it as a good thing, as a buff to your character to have Rage, because of a chance of going Berserk for free. But I really, genuinely, strongly dislike the possibility of it backfiring. I feel like, well, to begin with, I'm not really that good with melee characters. I feel like I am a significantly better player when I am behind the wheel on a mage than I am with spellcasters or ranged characters. I like ranged characters a lot until the rework. Now that they get slowed by body armor, I don't like them that much anymore. But yeah, I definitely do think that mages are my best kind of character. Anyway, does the Book of the Dragon have Starfire? Or how is that thing called? Hold on. No, it doesn't. I think it used to have Bolt of Fire back in the day because it's a thing that dragons have access to. But it no longer seems to have that. Okay. I don't know what to train. I really, really don't know what to train. I guess we're going to 15 dodging. Yeah, whenever in doubt, just train defenses. It's not like I need to train anything else. This Tango Warrior with its launcher is being rather aggravating. I might be able to take advantage of this crystal to deal some serious damage to the Tengu Warrior. Yeah, there we go. Oof. Monsters are coming for me from opposite sides of the screen. Never a good thing to be in the receiving end of. Oh no, I made a lot of noise and now there's a lot of monsters coming for me. I'm reading teleport. I should be able to survive for the teleport. Yeah. Okay, I landed on the other side of this awful late D bolt. It might be the depths entrance for all that I know. Um, haven't seen the center of it, but it kind of looks like it could be the depths entrance. Regardless, being in this position means danger, and I would prefer not to be here. Oh, ho, ho. Okay, that's not good. We're reading teleport again. I don't want to fight Agnes. I can kill her in a 1 versus 1, absolutely. Well, the thing is that I will be in a bit of an annoying position after beating her in a 1 versus 1 using this crystal. That's why I re-teleport here. I fully intended to try to kill her before the teleport trigger. Now the teleport should be next turn. Yep. Lucky me, everything went just how I wanted it to go. It is uncommon for such a thing to happen in Crawl. Usually your plans don't survive the randomness that is inherent within the game. I thought that bolt was going to be the entrance to depths, but I think this one is actually the entrance to depths. You just have to find the entrance, the actual entrance. There it is. Okay. One more iron shot. Okay. Can I kill you with 2 iron shots? I don't think so. They're pretty robust, these guys, Skeletal Warriors. But having Iron Shot for Skeletal Warriors is such a nice thing. Like, normally when you see them in the dungeon, you don't really have the ability to kill them. They're way too tanky, they hit way too hard. So that already disqualifies melee characters from being able to kill them. And they also have pretty good resistances. So mages also have a very hard time killing Skeletal Warriors. Both characters with Iron Shot don't really have that issue. You can LRD them. Yes, I can LRD them. I didn't do that in that occasion, but you can absolutely LRD them. And because you're targeting them directly, I think that it deals more damage, or it does something weird. Like nowhere in LRD you're told exactly what happens. Yeah. It can be used on monsters made of ice, bone, or any wall-like substance, as well as those turned to stone by petrification. It doesn't say that it deals less damage or anything, it just means that you can directly cast them. I don't know if this part applies when you directly cast LRD on the monster, however. Yeah, the part where the damage is strongly reduced by armor is what I'm talking about. Okay, we have done D, Lair, and Orc. Let's do Elf because that's the logical progression. D, Lair, Orc, Elf, Lair branches, bolts, and then slime or the abyss for my third rune. Perhaps even bolts 5, depending on how powerful my final spells are. So I have 0 air magic. I should train for it actually. I'm gonna train for Early Magic, so I can cast Arc Jolt. Arc Jolt is pretty good for this place because it ignores monster evasion. By the way, I should absolutely put on Repulsion here. Let me get to the exit and put on Repulsion. We're gonna be losing a little bit of evasion, but what we losing, or like a little bit of armor class, but we are definitely not nerfing the survivability of the character. Starburst. I did say that I wanted Firestorm, and I did say that I had issues dealing with large amounts of monsters in open spaces. This spell takes care of those things for me. So I guess I'm picking up Starburst. Some streamer used to say that Elf was never worth doing because of the low risk of stupid deaths. Seriously? I don't think I agree with that assessment. I think that Elf is almost always worth doing because, sure, there's like a risk of you being in a pretty awful situation, but it is rather unlikely. Yeah, like for example, a good example of a very bad situation that you could find yourself in Elf, apart from usual situations that come from misplace, is just like auto exploring into a teleport trap that puts you in the middle of the hollow blades. That's absolutely not a good thing to be in the receiving end of. I think everyone can agree. But on the other hand, that is extremely, extremely unlikely. So much, in fact, that I don't remember having it happen ever on stream. Yeah, has it ever happened to me? I don't think so. Ouch. Okay, please hit the Orc Knight. It already missed 3 times. What is this John Wick Orc Knight? Um, Matrix Orc Knight. Okay, don't summon anything, Shadow Demon. If you summon things, that would be bad. Ooh, it's summoned a TT Mito, the Demonologist. Okay, it's gone. Yeah, it's pretty scary until you kill the summoner, and then it's not scary at all anymore. Um, Gonna kite these guys away a bit for my mana. There we go. Yeah, I think that this character is decently equipped for doing this. I wouldn't say that the character is like perfect for Elf, but it is better than other characters that I've had in the past. I can tell you that. Mm, alrighty. Mm. It's in situations like that that I'm glad that I have seen Invisible. Like that Deep Elf Knight was empowered and also invisible. So if I hadn't been able to see it, it would have been very, very aggravating. Mm. Oh yeah, those guys have repel missiles, so hitting them with projectiles is actually kind of complicated. I don't get this bolt. Yeah, I've gotten this bolt several times in the past. Some elves and orcs and some dragons trapped in indoors. I don't really get it. Mm, do they even have loot? I guess it's for the chance of getting scales. But like, what I mean is that I don't get the flavor of the bolt. Oh, come on. At least I can close the doors. Oh, I tried to close the doors. Do you have resistance to electricity? You don't, so I have lightning rod for you. Um, wow, it dropped me shadow scales. I don't really need them. I also got ice scales, so it seems to me that I only get the really cool armor when I absolutely don't need it. I'm only fighting these guys because I have 1 pip in every resistance. My loot has been so good that I can afford to do this kind of ridiculous thing. Mm, but unfortunately, I cannot take advantage of the extremely large amount of scales that I got from fighting these guys. I got fire scales, ice scales, and shadow scales. Crazy. Um, So I'm thinking about something. I just realized I have a crazy large amount of willpower items. I have 2 pips of willpower here, and I think I have more willpower in other places. And I also have an Orb of Guile, so I could equip more willpower items to counteract the minus willpower of Orb of Guile. Um, if I equipped one more, I would have as much willpower as if only as if I only had one willpower item equipped. And then Orb of Gal will allow me to actually use hexes. That could be a thing that happens. No games for Nine Settler, K-Map, Elven Holoblades. At the very least, I have not died in Holoblades, it seems. I may have died as a direct consequence of entering the Hollow Blades, but at the very least, I have not died there yet. Um, mm, mm, Any reason why I'm sticking with the Trident instead of the Randart Axe? The Trident has more willpower. Sorry, more dexterity is what I meant. The Trident has 5 dexterity and the War Axe has only 3. I did think about the War Axe when I saw it, but the Trident has a little bit more of what I wanted at the time. However, having come to the realization that I can do what I previously described, the War Axe is immediately superior, so I guess we're switching to that. For safety, I am not going to equip the Orb of Guile just yet because I don't want any nasty, nasty accidents to happen with the elves. Mm. Okay. I think I lost 1 point in evasion. It's really not an issue. Man, this character is so strong. I'm big enjoyer of characters like this. Yeah, what can I say? This is just my kind of character. Mm. This is the kind of situation that I have LRD for. Oh, I think I thought I saw a dancing weapon, but I think I one-shot it with iron shot. Okay, you repel missiles, and that's why I have LRD. I did take everything that this character had into account when I made my decision to try to do Elf before doing Lair Branches. I have Iron Shot and I have LRD, which is very, very good coverage. There's very few things here that survive the combination of the two things. Like, they may do well against one, but they definitely don't do well against the other, or vice versa, you know? Mm. Perhaps if a Blade Master happened to generate with Blade or so, that could be an issue. I would probably have a little bit of a hard time killing such a hypothetical monster. So yeah, we shall see what happens. But yeah, I think that elf is always worth it. It has good loot. I need to be closer to the wall so I can actually hit these guys with LRD. The dancing weapon falchion is kind of ruining the day. Alrighty. Yeah, I need a wall for dealing with dancing weapons. Oh, look at that! Asterion is on the other side of this. Well, good luck with that, Asterion. I'm never opening that and fighting Asterion because I don't have to. Because this is not the kind of character that cares about weapons. I have never had that happen, by the way. I think that's the first time ever that I've seen a unique generate in the other side of the Hollow Blades. Magic mapping. Maybe I should have not done that, considering how it is my last magic mapping. Okay, I have so much willpower that I really don't think that I'm getting hexed. But let's see. 0% chance to vanish. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Okay. Crystal Spear Chain, Lightning, and Ignition. No Firestorm? Come on. It's as if Vehumet had heard that I said I want a Firestorm with this character and decided to deprive me of the possibility. There's still a very good chance that I find Firestorm, even here. Like, I could just find it in the pile of loot at the end of Elf 3. I'm a big fan of doing this early, actually. The earlier you do it, the more impactful the loot is gonna be. It's just like doing a treasure trove. The loot is probably even better than the loot from a treasure trove. Treasure troves only have 16 items, some of which may be repeated and stuff, like experience evocables, for example. The more you go into the game, the least likely an experience evocable is going to be an exciting thing for you to find because you probably already have found another one of the experience evocables. But in this situation, I have a good chance of actually finding experience evocables in that vault. Oh, this is gonna be painful, by the way. I'm not a fan of the castle. Mm, Castle layout gives you like a big chance of getting destroyed by elves. Mm, I'm gonna shout. I'm gonna position myself here. I'm gonna one-shot die and that annihilator with iron shot. Um, my crystal spear is at 21% chance to fail. I wonder if I should train for that. I could also train for ignition. Gonna need like 18 fire magic for ignition. Cast Fireball on every monster is a great spell. It really is. Like, significantly cheaper than Firestorm too, and it similarly cannot miss. I'm gonna pick it up, and I'll probably use it on Bolts 5. Yeah, good old Immolation Ignition on Bolts 5. Never fails. Ooh, Blade Master. Okay. Leather Armor. Leather Armor, Blade Master. I should be able to deal with it. It might be kind of awkward, however. I have a Scroll Summoning if I need to. It's not within range of one of the roots. Yeah, not yet. And when it will be, it won't be in range of the wall. Okay, that's annoying. I'm gonna have to reposition over here so that it is within range of the wall and one of the roots as well, so I can actually deal damage to it. One of the roots, once again, proving itself not really that good. On the other hand, why am I using LRD? If I have one of the roots, I can do that. Yeah, okay, my bad, my bad. I forgot that one of the roots lets me, or gives me almost certain accuracy. It's not a 100% chance to hit with when a monster is affected by that, but it is almost a 100% chance. Okay. Shouldn't have gone so trigger happy with the iron shots versus these guy. I don't like that. I don't like that. On the other hand, I have mana, so it's fine. Oh, it's summoned an executioner. Oh, okay, it's almost dead. I can just kill it. But yeah, this is what I was talking about when I said that I don't like the castle. I don't like the castle because of situations like these, where I'm just fighting a war on multiple flanks. Okay, that's a pretty good glaive. Yes, there will be a point where I won't really want the Orb of Guile anymore, even if I do choose to use it after I do Elf. That's gonna be pretty good. It gives me resistance to electricity and 3 pips of fire resistance. So we are set when it comes to fire resistance. I could even switch my ringmail into ice scales and enchant those. I have a good amount of scrolls of enchant armor. So yeah, that could be a significant power increase for my character. Fortunately, my strength does not come from my body armor, so I'm also not gonna be losing that. But I'll be losing resistance to negative. It's not really that much of an issue. That is, of course, considering that I will be surviving this, which is not a guarantee, but I think it is. There's a very good chance that I do, so I'm not too worried. I shouldn't have walked in that direction. It's fine. Fine. Those guys are not hasted. Yep. Okay, that's where I call it quits. Yeah, better safe than tormented by an ice fiend. Yeah, I'm fighting this in what's probably the safest single tile in the entirety of the level. Another bad thing that can happen to you in Elf, now that I think about it, is when you are in Elf 3 and you hit a teleport trap and it puts you in the it puts you in the Elf Vault. That has happened to me before. When that thing happens to you, you immediately re-teleport, because otherwise you are probably gonna die. Yeah, very bad things can happen in Elf. But I still think that the loot in Elf is worth it. Oof, okay. Oh no, that's actually pretty bad. This guy has some pretty good gear. Like, that plate is amazing. I would be very happy to find such an item if I was capable of using it. Yeah, why can't you LRD plate? He can't LRD plate. You are correct. Too much armor class. I'm gonna use one of roots. Okay, don't shoot at me. I'm gonna shoot at you. Okay, no, it's retaliating. Uh, okay, that was pretty tense. But fortunately, we were able to kill the guy with 2 LRDs or 2 iron shots, like I've been killing almost everything else here. Ha! The plate armor slowing down his ranged attack. I wish, but everyone knows that crawl monsters cheat compared to the player. Crawl monsters cheat because crawl monsters are not um, able to engage in the tactics that the player can do. So the player is weaker, but the player also has more variety of things that can be done. Okay, we're going pretty well, let me tell you. This has been extremely positive for me. There's only been one situation where I've been kind of nervous. Um, and I feel like if I had not been, or if I had been doing this at a later experience level, I probably wouldn't have had any issues with it. Like that was the situation where I used my scroll blinking earlier. The blade or the Master Archer with the +8 plate was also pretty bad, but it was not the end of the world. It would have been much worse if it had been a Blade Master. Okay, let's do the same thing that I did earlier. One of the roots. Oh, it broke off the constriction immediately. That's a thing that I really dislike about one of the roots. How it just does that every now and then. Okay, that hurt me. Mm, I don't want to walk away because I know that it's going to immediately break constriction and be next to me again if I walk away. So what I'm going to do is blink. Yeah, I'm going to use a scroll blinking. Better play it safe here. I'm going to position myself here. To be within range of iron shot. I don't want to be that far away, but I also don't want to be very close. And there we go. That should be it. I don't think I have to worry about these guys. The Annihilator is kind of bad. Better walk around the corner. Oh no. My corner. Out of mana, by the way. I need to. Oh, never mind. Yeah, Vehumet with the convenient, well-timed mana refill. Alright, back to full resources. We can probably continue. Ouch, ouch. Okay, don't do that again. That really hurts. Yeah, those 2 turns really hurt. Oh boy, Elf is funny. I'm gonna use Silence. You're within range. Oh, you are not within range? Seriously, you're not within range? That's crazy. Your range for damnation is the entirety of the screen, right? Not really, but if I walk away, I'm still within range and I die, and I would be annoyed by that. But not if I use heal wounds. Yes. Now you are within range of silence because you walk forward. Aha. That's okay. I'm gonna use lightning rod, and because I'm silenced, this is not gonna produce any noise, and we're safe. Yeah. Crazy that a pure spellcaster deep elf that hasn't really meleeed anything in the entirety of the game is able to use scrolls of silence, right? I generally drop them, but I have found a use for them with this character. Yeah, pretty cool. The quarterstaff of big damage. I like the name. I am probably gonna win the game with this item in my inventory. Big damage. I mean, it's a +11 quarterstaff. I'm glad that it's not like a +1 quick plate. Imagine the +1 quick plate of big damage. That would be the pinnacle of underwhelming and misleading advertisement right there. I feel like that's the kind of name that you could give to an item in a D&D campaign. Like you find the core stuff of big damage. I have Crystal, so I'm not so afraid of this Master Archer, even though it is rather heavily armored. Yeah, there we go. It shoots me a lot and it hits me a lot, but it missed once, which means that repel missiles did the job that it's supposed to do. Another ring with a lot of positive properties. This one is rather lackluster, probably because I've already seen a fair amount of rings with positive properties, but it's okay. We are probably done here. We got 2 tremor stones. That's a pretty good thing. Gloco willpower, huh? Well, this character has found ridiculously large amounts of really, really useful gear. It's crazy. It's the kind of thing that doesn't happen to me that often. I'm starting to wonder if the game generates loot based on your species. I feel like whenever I play a deep elf, I just get all the crazy stuff. And then if I play difficult stuff, I get less or lower quality loot. Alrighty, I got Firestorm, so I can just train for Firestorm now and use that. It is obviously not castable yet, and it will not be castable for a while unless I choose to do this. Yeah, let's see about that. Osokubo's refrigeration. Probably not gonna be getting that. Zombie hands. And so I have found every spell that Vehumet offered. Yeah, I already have them as part of my normal inventory. Pretty cool, including Firestorm. Okay, alrighty. So was it worth it to do this early? I had to use 2 scrolls of blinking. Probably not. On the other hand, I had a lot of them, so that was also a factor that went into consideration when it came to doing this early. And I did get 2 very important items. I got Tin of Tremorstones and I got File of Lots. Very nice additions to my repertoire of things to do when I run out of mana. Well, Tin of Tremorstones is that File of Lots has more interesting uses other than just dealing damage. In fact, it would have been pretty good for Elf, but well, I got it after doing Elf. Alrighty, where do we go now? I have access to Snake and Swamp. And because I have LRD, I guess I should do Snake. Yeah, we can do Swamp later. Wow, I cannot believe that I hit the Anaconda. I didn't think that I was going to. Anacondas have a lot of evasion. Yep. It's a good thing that I have Blink to push or to move myself away from the Anacondas. I think that keeping the Scarf of Repulsion equipped is gonna be nice for displays and for bolts. For Swamp, it's not that big of a deal. There's not that many things there that hit you with projectiles that are affected by repel missiles. There's some things, of course, Eleonoma and Turn Hunters being the most obvious examples, but there's no dudes with launchers as part of the common monsters that spawn there, like in this place with the Naga sharpshooters. So considering how it has been going for those, or when it comes to these Naga sharpshooters, it might be a good idea to not be here. Yes, it might be a good idea to just dive as fast as possible. I'm probably gonna be doing that because I don't really feel like I need the loot or experience that comes from this place. Fortunately, the game has been generous with the downstairs. Oh, generous with the downstairs, alright. Generous with the loot too. Gave me a scroll blinking for free. If I had magic mapping, I would use it right now. But I don't have that. So I guess I'll just map this final level. 2 scrolls of blinking. Crazy. Yeah, pretty crazy. Not much else to say. You sometimes go through playthroughs finding 2. one of which you have to immediately use because you got it from a treasure trove, and the treasure trove happened to generate a Seraphim band when you're a demon spawn. But sometimes you get games like these where you just get a million of them. It's games like these that make me think of Rift Wizard, because in Rift Wizard it's like you got an unlimited amount of scrolls of blinking, considering how you get blinking the spell. That spell is so busted. Rift Wizard has a lot of really strong spells. I would even go as far as to consider them crutch spells that you can get on pretty much any build to make the build into a better one. I don't like this. I'm taking quite a bit of damage here. Do you need to speak to do your things? You do, so I can silence you. Aha. Heal wounds. Freeze up the inventory slot. Ouch. Ouch, that hurt. You're not waterlogged. Yeah, of course you're not. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. And at 19 HP too. Yeah, it's been hitting me with those bolts of poison left and right. It almost seems like I am not the one with repel missiles. Yep. Okay, it's okay. I don't have heal wounds anymore. Blink away. I suppose I would be blinking into almost fully explored territory, so it's not the end of the world. But yeah. Crazy how I've gotten more or closer to dying here than in Elf, right? Yeah, it's almost as if their branches are pretty dangerous, much more so than Elf. Did I one-shot that guy? Crazy. Oh, look at that. A ring. Let's grab that. Ring of Evasion. We are not gonna be using that. Yeah. Any normal ring is gonna be weaker than the rings that I have equipped already. Do we have poison resistance? No, we don't have poison resistance. Poison resistance is almost never a factor in this place. It's just that this character is rather fragile. Also, Iron Shot is being used as my main way of killing things, which is rather inconsistent. It does deal pretty good damage, but it is rather inconsistent. You cannot rely on it to actually hit things when you need it to hit. LRD does that, but LRD also has some positional requirements that may not be easily fulfilled all the time. Okay, it's a good thing that these stairs are safe. I went up them without knowing if they were safe, and I didn't realize it because I've been diving Snake. But yeah, diving Snake is the correct choice for this character, I think. I don't want to stumble upon a Naga warrior with a tower shield of reflection and accidentally kill myself. Yep, that's a very real possibility, by the way. How much damage does my Iron Shot deal? It deals 9 dice of 9, so if I am under 81 HP, that could happen. Yeah. Though, considering how inaccurate it is and how I have repel missiles, I also have a good chance of not being hit by that. Monsters with shields, am I right? Monsters with shields. Ouch. Okay, that's pretty bad. It blocked me off. I kind of want to blink. I have more of a chance to land in a good spot. And I do. Okay, that's a pretty good spot to land on. Now I can probably run away. The Tyrant is gonna get to me regardless. Yeah, I don't want it to do that again. I have Fogu. Does it do a lot? Not really. It does buy me a turn to use haste. You know, just to stop blinking like crazy. Man, I wish Elf had a rune. I would already have a rune and be able to do vaults. This place has been so difficult. Diving it is absolutely the right choice. Lots of salamanders. That's not a good omen. Not a fan of this particular snake ending, but every snake ending is a snake ending that I don't like. Of all the endings in lair branches in the game, the snake endings are the ones that I am the least fond of. I don't have ignition memorized yet, nor I can learn it, but it would be pretty good right now. Oh, 6% chance to miscast. Okay. I will go upstairs, amnesia something, and get ignition. Yes, I'll probably amnesia starburst. Starburst is pretty good, but ignition is just better. Like in any situation where I would want to use a starburst, I can use ignition instead, and it is more likely to kill the things that I want dead, while at the same time ignoring evasion, which starburst doesn't do. I can also learn it later. I'm pretty sure I already have it here. Yep, it's right there. Ignition. Okay. I'm ready to fight large agglomerations of monsters. Bring them on. Took me a while, but now I have a really, really good area of effect spell to kill everything. LRD is okay, an okay area of effect spell. Like, it's something that you can absolutely use to win the game, but it is probably something that you don't want to actually use to win the game, is what I'm trying to say. Thinking about how to deal with this situation. I kind of want to buff. At the very least, I want to use Brilliance. And also kind of want to haste because I have very low HP and very low defenses. So I feel like Vashnia can kill me with like 2 shots. Well, perhaps not 2 shots, but like 2 or 3 turns. Somehow she didn't notice me. I seem to have a little bit of stealth somehow. Oh, the Warax has a stealth. Okay, that's convenient. Haste? I have 6 brilliance. At the very least, I'll use that. Let's try it without haste first. Okay, we immediately lose a lot of HP. Yeah, 26 is unfortunately a lot of HP for a deep elf. Okay, Vashnia blinks me away. I get 2 very good iron shots. Deals a lot of damage to Vashnia. Vashnia drinks a heal wounds. Okay. There we go. That was easier than I thought it was going to be. I thought that I was gonna see sharpshooter supporting Bosnia. Fortunately, it was not the case. Okay, I'm ready to deal with all these ridiculous large amounts of snakes. As long as they come all together at the same time, I can absolutely get rid of them now. Wonder Roots. Walk away. Somehow the Wonder Roots actually killed the Shock Serpent. Very convenient. I wonder if monsters can break doors outside of your line of sight. I had never thought about that. I'll have to perhaps experiment or just ask a developer if such a thing can happen. For curiosity. Alright, Ignition has been doing what Ignition does best, which is dealing a lot of damage to monsters that are packed together. Yeah, I think that solves my main issue with the snake ending. Probably not that useful anymore, considering that I am already done. But it was okay. This ending is not that bad, actually. Look at the layout. It gives you like some corridors and stuff, and choke points and corners, so it is not such a terrible experience. If it was only this little room without the little serpentine path here, it would be pretty annoying. I wonder if I just got lucky with this or if it's part of the bolt. But anyway, now I have a rune, so I can go do bolts. Used to hang out by the hallway shouting lol to kill things like one or two at a time. Yeah, so annoying. I don't like them. I don't like oh, I guess I can go downstairs. I don't like layer branches. Crazy how layer branches have been buffed so much in recent versions, but balls hasn't changed that much. Bolts have actually gotten nerfed. Recently, Frost Hearts used to deal flash freeze damage, which partially bypassed armor class, and now they don't. Now their cold attack checks armor class the way that all attacks do, which is a pretty good thing in my opinion. Pretty nice for the purposes of a player doing bolts. Okay, I needed to burn a little bit of time there so I could have them bunch up. Alrighty, that went well, but I did burn a lot of mana. It's kind of worrisome. How are things doing, by the way? 4% chance to miscast Ignition. What about Firestorm? Firestorm is not... Ah, no, it's right there, right there. 58%. Yeah, we're getting there. It's gonna be even faster than usual because of Vehumet. Yeah, Vehumet will have me, or will help me have this castable by the time I have to do Bolts 5, perhaps. We shall see. We shall see. I can go into depths and stuff. To try to get the experience for Firestorm before Bolts 5. But even then, I don't think I truly need Firestorm for Bolts 5. I have Ignition after all. Wish I had a little bit of mana. A little bit of mana or Servitor. Do I have Servitor? Because Servitor would be pretty useful right now, considering that my main function with this character is running around casting iron shot like crazy. Alrighty, back to full mana, ready to kill that preserver. Okay, that's actually kind of bad. I don't know if I want to fight all three of these guys at the same time. Preserver just dies because it takes a lot of damage from the ignition. It's almost dead. It has a tower shield. I'm gonna use 10 of Tremor Stones. That got the job done. Oh, perfect. I like that Entropy Weavers got their hit dice nerfed. That's a big change in my opinion. Positive change. Yeah, because with less hit dice, that means that they corrode you less. Yeah, like I think that less hit dice makes them less likely to cast, but I'm actually not 100% sure, but I think it works like that. It also gives them like less accuracy and stuff. That's fine. That went well. I tell you, the experience evocables are a pretty good thing to do as a spellcaster. I used to think that they were pretty redundant with what you wanted to do as a spellcaster in the first place, but I have come around and decided that they're actually quite complementary. They help you do other things that you also want to do as a spellcaster. Okay, what if I put on the... Did I drop it? I dropped the Orb of Guile. Ah, it's fine. I was not really that excited to use that anyway. Some people would absolutely love to find an Orb of Guile, not me. Yeah, it's an item that I think it's better off left on the floor. Unless you are a Lugonu worshipper. If you're a Lugonu worshipper, you probably really want to see that, given how Lugonu now gives you the banishment at 2 pips of piety. I don't know if I like this mighty Orc Knight. Wow, blinking has been putting me in increasingly worse positions. That was easily the worst position that I have been put into when it comes to blinking, but I was able to ignition most of those monsters away. This is still pretty bad, however. At least this guy doesn't have a polearm. That would be absolutely horrendous. Fear? Does it even work on these guys? It doesn't work on these guys. They have too much willpower. This would be a situation where Orb of Guile would actually be a pretty great thing to have equipped, by the way. Do I die next turn? I think that there's a non-zero chance that I die next turn if I stay here. Because this guy hurts and this guy hurts. Yes, they do. I kind of want a random blink, but there's very, very few tiles where I can land on that are actually good. Like pretty much it needs to be a tile that's not next to a monster. And that's not gonna happen with the way that monsters are distributed here. Unfortunately, I don't have a way to stall for the monsters to bunch up, so I can ignition them. So yeah, I'm not gonna die, but I have to use a scroll blinking here. It's getting kind of annoying. I'm using a lot of them. Uh, Perhaps it was not such a good blink. It's okay. This guy's almost dead. I can probably kill it with ignition. Okay, that's an even better ignition. Let's see what we got here. Almost death, almost dead, almost death, severely wounded. I like it. Alrighty. That went well. I mean, yeah. It was expensive to use a scroll blinking, but I managed to survive. Okay. This guy is making it so that it's difficult to say that, however. Mr. Lindworm was like, not so fast. And it of course comes accompanied by more lindworms because they usually generate in bands of multiples. Okay, I'm starting to kind of want some form of regen. Yeah, would be good to have some form of regen. Firestorm is at 43. It just keeps going down so quickly. Extremely cool. At this rate, I think that I could maybe have it by the end of Bolts, by Bolt 4. That would be interesting, going from Bolt 4 straight into Bolt 5. Well, way back in the day, yeah, I think that's a better way to start this crawl story. Way back in the day, when Bolts was still 8 levels deep, there was a Bolts 8 back in the day, and it was the same as the current Bolts 5. I used to do Bolts as my first rune. Yeah, the game has changed so much since then that it is literally impossible to do that now, because Bolts is rune locked. I've always been against the rune lock, but the developers don't want you to have access to a lot of experience before picking your first rune. That's why the rune lock to Bolts was added. That's literally the rationale. But I don't know, I don't like it, because it feels sometimes that the only way to progress is to do something that you absolutely cannot do, and by extension it's gonna kill you. Or at the very least, that's how I feel sometimes when it comes to this game. Rift Wizard can also have situations like that, but I feel like in Rift Wizard, if you get into such a situation, it's kinda your fault, and in Crawl, it's not really your fault. You can sometimes just get swamp on shoals, and you absolutely cannot do shoals because of the nature of your character, for example, and you also cannot do swamp because you don't have poison resistance or something like that. That was just a little bit of an example. I have a lot of HP. I think I can tank these guys for a bit. You're not mighty, right? Yeah, you're not mighty. Okay. And I can probably go for another one. Alrighty, and now I can go upstairs. Convoker convoked. Convoker's convoking is actually not a bad thing for my character since I'm using ignition. Yeah, I should let them convoke more often. I'm gonna try that next time I see a convoker, like in the next floor. Oh, or I can try that with this convoker. Yep, wait for it to convoke. Beautiful. Oh boy, did I stumble upon something wonderful for my character or what? Oh boy. Normally Convoker's convoking is a really, really bad thing, but I don't think it's gonna be a bad thing for this character. No. Using Ignition when two monsters are together is so worth it. It deals 6 dice of 15, which cannot be dodged. Yeah, pretty good. Look at that, 10 strength. 10 strength dagger. Will I need this? Almost guaranteed not to need it. Yeah, it's almost a guarantee that I am not going to use this plus 10 strength dagger. But I kind of want to carry it because it is pretty cool. You don't really get to see items like that very often. Like plus 10 stat items, they're extremely rare. Maybe makes them better poly targets. For Entropy Weavers, yes, absolutely. Okay, I got locked in here with the Bolt Warden. Yep. Okay, it was fine. I got 20 fire magic. That makes my Firestorm be at 30%. Oh boy. We're only in Bolt 3, so I think the chances are very, very good that I do get it castable. What's my ignition looking like? 3 dice of 15. I'm gonna get 21 spell casting before anything else, so I can actually have the spell levels to learn Firestorm. But yeah, I'm liking this quite a lot. I tell you, this is my favorite kind of crawl character. Ouch. That was a lot of damage. Yes, I got hit twice. You're not hasted or anything, you're just mighty. That really hurt. Blink gives me almost guaranteed chances to survive this. Whew. It put me in one of the worst positions that it could have put me. Okay, we're not playing around with Blink. I think that was pretty lame. Yeah, going downstairs into losing so much HP was uncalled for. That was also kind of my fault because I knew that these guys were gonna be over here. They don't have launchers, do they? I don't think they do. Scroll summoning. That's a lot of meat shields. Okay. Ignition. There we go. As easy as that. But yeah, I am kinda feeling like it would be nice to have a source of regen. I have a couple of options. I can get Troll Letter, or I can get a scroll or an amulet of blinking, or I'm sorry, an amulet of regen. I wish there was an amulet of blinking in this game, though it would probably give random blinking instead of controlled blinking. Then anyway, amulet of regen and Troll Letter are my options. I could also hope to get extremely lucky and find a Randart. Let's see. Randart helmet or gloves or Amulet of Mana Regen that also gives me regen. Yeah, that would be cool. Or weapon, I guess, but I don't think weapons can give you regen. Yeah, that's there's a limit as to how much of a sky weapon in this game can be. Oh, come on. I guess my only option is to walk away from this guy. Seriously? Alright, okay. Well, do you have a shield? Because I'm starting to think that I should iron shot you. Okay. Don't get shield. I will most likely wield this for the resistances. For the resistance to electricity and the 3 pips of fire resistance. And yeah. I am also not that much of a fan of shields nowadays. Oh, okay, that drastically changes the character so much. Like the ring is also amazing, by the way. Um, so yeah, that changes the character so much. I'm obviously getting the Hat of the Alchemist. Like, give me that. Um, Goodbye, Helmet of Intelligence. Hello, Hat of the Alchemist. 8 armor class, but now I have 1 pip of every resistance that I could possibly wish for. It allows me to take off this ring to begin with. And I can now put on a ring of the tortoise. Yes. If they ever told you that Heart of the Alchemist is a bad item because it reduces your armor class, you tell them that they're wrong because you have the ring of the tortoise. So my character went from having 11 armor class to having 16 armor class. I lost quite a bit of intelligence actually because I took off a hat of intelligence or a helmet and a ring that gave me intelligence. But like, look at this. This is absurd. That also allows me to take off my ring mail and equip Trolleter. I could also just go for the ice scales already. Let me pick this up. I'm actually gonna equip it. 13, 20. That's not terrible. Yeah, pretty good. -2 armor class kill you. Give me your resistances. Yeah, I have such good loot with this character. I'm a big fan of the Hat of the Alchemist. Do the people in Korea not like it? Yeah, is that an item that's not popular in Korea? Because I've always been a huge fan of the Heart of the Alchemist. It just gives you so much versatility. Like, since it gives you 1 pip of every resistance, you can devote literally every other item slot that you have to equipping whatever gives you the most damage or the most whatever you want. The most intelligence, the most strength, the most whatever you want, literally. Um, let's see here. We have the 6 dexterity glaive. I could equip that. We have that ring of stats, 6 strength, 4 intelligence, 4 dexterity. I wanted to use that earlier, but I said to myself that I was never going to be able to dedicate such item slots to something that didn't give me strong resistances. How have things changed for this character? Mm. Oh yeah, this is a good character. The kind of character that I am always very happy to play with. I don't have enough money because I just bought the Ring of the Tortoise. You know what? Fair enough. I also didn't really want to take off the other ring. I should probably. Those are my options. I think the best one is probably the 6 dexterity glaive. Or the 5 dexterity trident, maybe. Yeah, maybe. 5 dexterity trident, I think, is what I'm gonna go for. Because it also gives me cold resistance, which is something that is good for bolts. MBX JUBMES. Thank you for following, I suppose. I appreciate it. I hope that you enjoy crawl because crawl can be very enjoyable at times. For example, right now. Right now, crawl is being very enjoyable. Alrighty. Gives me a little bit of extra evasion. But yeah, I'm thinking ice scales. And just enchanting them. My resistances allow me to use this. I can fully enchant it already. Just out of curiosity, I'm gonna put them on, see how much they mess up with my success rates. I mean, they do. Not gonna lie, I'm not gonna use them immediately, but I do want them. I feel like I could use them and then go back to that glaive. Like, use this glaive. Oh, not that glaive. Like the one that I'm carrying, the 3 pips of fire resistance glaive. Um, so that I have a lot of fire resistance and a lot of armor class. And a lot of cold resistance as well. Yeah, a lot of everything. Yeah, the character is set up when it comes to defenses for the rest of the game. I will train armor eventually. I think I'll train to 11. But not right now. Right now we're going to bolts. I got a door bolt, by the way. Okay, that was pretty cool. Finding the Hat of the Alchemist always is a very enjoyable experience in this game. Funny thing to think about. I think that this character would be maybe better off with the hat of the what is it called? The Gastonok hat. Hat of Pondering, yeah. Because Hat of Pondering gives 10 mana and 5 intelligence, and those are things that I do want. But I'm not gonna say no to the Hat of the Alchemist. It is the Hat of the Alchemist, after all. One doesn't just say no to the Hat of the Alchemist. Unfortunately for Sojovo, she happened to stumble upon me in what's probably the worst position for her and her band, and the best position for me. Wow, that hurt. Jody. Okay, I don't want to fight Jody. Jody hurts. Yeah, just casually killing Sojovo. The thing is that I had a pretty great arena. Like, the arena was so good that Sojovo, which is normally something that's actually pretty scary, was completely unremarkable. I will re-teleport because I don't want to fight Jody. I feel like Jody can easily kill me with a crystal spear. 3 dice of 37. I can survive it if Jody decides to use it. Fortunately, he does not go for it. Okay, almost dead. Heavily wounded, heavily wounded. Do I get the chance to tank for this elephant for a couple of turns so I can ignition all 3 of these guys? I probably should just ignition right now. Yeah, that went well. And then the mana refund gave me enough to iron shot the elephant. Beautiful. Beautiful. The Hat of the Alchemist is such a great item. I like it so much. But yeah, in this occasion, the Hat of the Alchemist, like the negative in armor class from the Hat of the Alchemist is literally a non-factor because I have the Ring of the Tortoise. Yeah, the Ring of the Tortoise makes it like 8 armor class. What amount of armor class would it give me to wear like a fully enchanted helmet? It would be 5 compared to the Hat of the Alchemist, right? So pretty much the Hat of the Alchemist is turning both my head slot and a ring slot into +3 armor class and 1 pip of every resistance in the game. It's such a good item. I think that the resistances that the Hat of the Alchemist has really mitigate a lot more damage than whatever armor class you lose from it. Even if I didn't have the Ring of the Tortoise, I would still be using the Hat of the Alchemist. It's just that the Hat of the Alchemist allowed me to use the Ring of the Tortoise. It's not the other way around. Okay, so now we have to deal with Jody. I would like to get into this fight in a position where I can shoot Orbs of Destruction at Jody. Because I have that, in case you haven't been here for a while. I haven't been casting it, because it's there's been a lot of situations where Iron Shot is just the correct thing to do. And there we go. Yeah, I finished that with an Iron Shot, by the way. So it went for, in the last turn, Iron Shot plus Orb of Destruction was what killed Jody. Jody happened to generate with a lot of HP this time, because he tanked 3 Orbs of Destruction and an Iron Shot. Or I guess it took those 4 things to kill Jody. I want to open this, but not yet. Not yet. Oh, I can learn. I can learn Firestorm already. What is it? 17% chance to miscast. I'm so excited. Um, we're almost there with Firestorm. It's gonna be great. Okay, Bolt 4. Mm, Considering how well Ignition has been doing, I think that I can probably go into the entrance of Bolt 5 and just kill everyone there for a little bit of experience for the purposes of Firestorm. Too many dudes. I need this guy to convoke, yes, because I want a mana refill. Okay, now I need one more point of mana. Aha, there we go. That's my mana refill right there. This little thing that I figured out with the convokers is probably gonna be pretty useful for the future. Whenever I'm playing a Vehumet character that happens to be able to do what this one does, it doesn't necessarily need to be with Ignition, but I feel like Ignition is the spell that does it best. Like I don't think Refrigeration would do as well as Ignition. I'm gonna wait for them to bunch up. There we go. Hey Jogi, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Good to see you around. What were you doing? How did your stream go? I am playing Crawl, and Crawl is been very good to me. Yeah, it has been very good to me today. I have pretty good gear, pretty good resistances. I have Firestorm. Yeah, it's been very, very enjoyable. I have 1.2 HP regen. How come? Was there a buff to base regen? And I didn't notice. There was probably a buff to base regen at some point. Yeah, I did hear something about it. I still want a regen item with this character. Anyway, if you came here from Yogi the Monk's stream, I appreciate it. I am a 9 Settler. I play Dungeon Crawl, Stone Soup, Rift Wizard, and Infinity Wars is something that I've been implementing in the stream. I've been giving it a little bit of a break because I want a ranked queue for Infinity Wars. I feel like normally there's a driving factor in playing video games that is like the sense of achieving something and getting something. And it's not something that I had like noticed immediately when it was announced that Infinity Wars was gonna have like every card for free upon account creation. But you kind of miss the excitement of getting new cards and stuff. So that needs to be replaced in some way. I wonder if the developers are aware of that, because it's something that I have noticed myself, but I don't think that the developers know. And it might be useful or good for them to add something to, you know, try to get in the future, so that the game doesn't lose a player base. But I definitely look forward to going back to the game once it has a ranked queue. Still playing through Persona 5. Persona 5. I know that game. I haven't played it, but I have a friend who really enjoys Persona 5. Gonna tell him to look at your stream. He might enjoy the experience. Yeah, Deep Elf. Deep Elves are absolutely my comfort species. Like, for me, playing a Deep Elf is like playing a Minotaur for most other people. I just feel like I do so much better on mages. This character also has had some pretty good loot, to be completely fair. Okay, Bolt 5. No Wardens, so we Ignition, and then we Ignition. And then we go upstairs. Pretty good. That experience alone shaved off 2% chance to miscast Firestorm. Pretty good, pretty good. I'll go do Swamp now. I think that I am more than perfectly equipped to deal with the Eldritch abominations that exist in this part of the game. Okay. Oh, wait. Ah, no, it's fine. Yeah, I was like, do I still not have poison resistance? And then I was like, but I just equipped the Hat of the Alchemist. And then I remembered that those guys can still poison you with their breath weapon, but it doesn't. The clouds don't poison you. Like the breath weapon does in its impact, but the cloud doesn't. And the cloud is what really apports the largest amount of danger when it comes to those guys. So yeah. Who cares if the breath weapon poisons you for like 3 damage? Doesn't really matter. Mm. Thinking about getting strength, and here's why. I have plans to cast in Ice Dragon Scales, which might be kinda difficult with only 9 strength. I'll get strength. Yeah. But I think that's gonna be it for the rest of the game. I would be training something else. Okay, sorry. I was confused with the HP regen. I thought that I was still not wearing regen source, but now I am. That will speed up the game a lot. Like now that I have a source of regen and a source of mana regen, I don't really have to rest for long between fights, which is pretty nice. Not really into turn count speed running, but I bet it helps a lot for the purposes of turn count speed running. By the way, talking about turn count speed running, have you tried Meteoran yet, Yogi? If you're still here, I have played a couple of those, but like other than the few that I won when Meteoran was first released, it's been pretty difficult. I haven't had a lot of success with that species. I don't know why, but I don't really do well with Meteoran. I would consider them to be one of the most difficult species in the game. At the very least, they're fun, unlike cat. Like I think that a lot of cat's difficulty comes from the fact that they are wildly unfun, but Meteoran is not really that. If anything, is the other way around. Meteoran is too exciting. Meteoran also makes you play the game in a different way. This is going well. Yep. I might as well enjoy Firestorm for now because I won't have it available for a bit when I put on the Ice Dragon scales. Okay. Now that I have Firestorm, I could also do Snake just for the chance of finding more Scrolls of Blinking and other nice stuff. Okay, that's a pretty bad whip for my needs. Yep. Okay. Yep. Pretty good that the raid alert was triggered just before I managed to get Firestorm castable. If you think about it, Megumin's explosion is kind of like Firestorm. A more apt comparison would probably be like the Fireball from Rift Wizard because it in Konosuba it started pretty weak, but like Megumin just upgraded that like crazy, and it became really strong. And the same thing happens to Fireball in Rift Wizard. You can upgrade it and it gets pretty crazy. Up to the point where it can literally carry your run. My first win was like that. I just had fully upgraded Fireball and not much else. And I still managed to win. Let's go upstairs here. I don't have a lot of mana. Oh, I already identified everything that there is to identify. I can drop Scrolls of Identify now. Beyond a certain point in the game, they are completely useless, the Scrolls of Identify. I think it's okay. Better to have a nexus of Scrolls of Identify than a lack of. Yeah, I've gotten pretty far into the game before with like 1 or 2 Scrolls of Identify. It's pretty awful. You have to read Identify and even drink Identify things, and yeah, that's a pretty bad thing. Now that I have Ignition, I don't know if I have a lot of incentive to cast, or like now that I have Firestorm, I don't know if I have a lot of incentive to cast Ignition. And it's at 7% now, Firestorm. Beautiful. My estimate was originally that I would have it castable before, or like for my second rune, or like after my second rune, for my third rune. But we are a bit ahead of schedule when it comes to this Firestorm. It's pretty nice. Man, Deep Elves are great. I wish I had learned the game with Deep Elf. I feel like wouldn't have taken me so many games to win at Crawl. And I also think that I would have enjoyed the journey a little bit more. But it's okay because it was still enjoyable enough to have me playing Crawl almost 12 years after. So yeah. Oh, by the way, I just deleted Learning. I didn't even talk about it. At this point, there could be 1,000 HP Hydra, and I think that it would be the same thing. Yeah, definitely not an issue. What did I learn it with? I tried a lot of stuff, a lot of things that got recommended to me by the community. My first wing was with Deep Dwarf Earth Elementalist, but like I tried so many things before I got my first win. Um, like trolls and stuff. Like I remember my first best character ever. Like the first time that I had a character that I thought was so good that I was like, oh, this is my best character ever. I will never have a character that's as amazing as this one. It was a troll berserker, and I found gold scales really, really early into the game. So normally that's like the formula for victory, right? Like you have a very, very strong character in the form of a troll that has like one weakness, but then the one weakness that it has is like already patched up from very early into the game. And I was indeed unbeatable. And then I found Luis, and I was like, "Oh, Luis, whatever. It's just like another unique to put in my log." And then Luis immediately vanished me, of course, because new player. Uh, yeah, I feel like Luis has 100% chance to vanish you if you're a new player. Uh, just to instill upon you the sheer fear of Luis that you are meant to have if you don't have willpower. And the funny part is that I was a berserker, you know, Trox's hand, but new player, so you don't know what you're supposed to do in those kinds of situations. That's the kind of thing that comes with experience, which I didn't have back then. And then I got banished, and then I died in the abyss. So yeah, I was playing that Minotaurs and stuff like that, but it was just not clicking with me. And I was told to play Deep Dwarf Earth Elementalist because it was like the greatest thing back then. Deep Dwarf Earth Elementalist. This was back when Maclev also gave you mana on kills. I built it as a pure mage. I won with Shatter. Yes, my first win was with a level 9 spell in a 3-rune game. It was like destined, and I thought it was okay, but I didn't really learn that much with that character. I don't know if it got carried by items or what, but I didn't really feel like I was the master of Crawl. I still don't feel like I'm the master of Crawl. Definitely, there's a lot of players that are much better than I am that can squeeze out wins in situations where I wouldn't really have the patience to do it. But yeah, and then I played the dwarf 3 rune, and then I played the dwarf 15 rune because I was like, okay, I won. Now I want to see extended because I'm so curious. I hadn't seen extended, and then I played through extended with a deep dwarf. It was kind of painful. I played the same build pretty much, deep dwarf earth elementalist 15 rune. I kind of forced it, and it was okay. And then after that, I was like, okay, I won Deep Dwarf. What now? And someone in the community told me, play Spriggan Enchanter. And yeah, you know what I think about Spriggans now. The rest is history. That's where it comes from. It took me so many tries to win Spriggan. It was actually pretty miserable. That's where my hatred of Spriggan comes from. In fact, Spriggan, like the reason why I was so disillusioned with that was because I was thinking that like, okay, spellcasters in this game are pretty cool, so this enchanter thing probably can do enchanter things for the entirety of the game, right? But the reality in Crawl is that you cannot just go around hexing things for the entirety of the game. And I was like so disappointed by that. Like the way that I described it back then is like the whole point of Enchanter is to stop being an Enchanter as soon as possible. That's how it felt like to me, and that's not what I wanted to see. But then afterwards, I found out about Deep Elves. No one had ever told me about Deep Elves in my crawl journey, but I was like, oh, Deep Elves, they say they're good at mage, and I like casting spells in this game, so let's try a Deep Elf. And so I did, and that was that. At that point, I was super hooked with the game. Like, Deepov was the thing that kept me playing Crawl after the disaster that was that Spriggan. Like, I did eventually win a Spriggan. That was my win number 3, but it was not enjoyable at all. Yeah. But it was a good learning experience because otherwise I wouldn't have known how Spriggans are until later. What species background spin dart? Oh, you're struggling to get on the Narn G bug going, not using Troll. Ooh, if you're not using Troll, it's gonna be complicated. I guess my recommendation could be to start scum a demon spawn until you get Oh, this is kind of annoying. I thought that I was gonna kill this guy before this. You could start scum for claws on a demon spawn if you want unarmed combat. That also gives you the mutations from demon spawn, so it might be something that you are interested in. I don't think I die here. Yeah, even if you do that, I don't think I die. I don't think I die still. Okay, it's getting kind of worrisome, however. The closer I go to 0 HP, the closer I come to dying. Even if I have 2 pips of fire resistance. I think that I'm gonna try to go back to the +2 cloak for the armor class. I don't think I need the repel missiles here. Yeah, but you don't want to save scum. Understandable. It's not really save scumming, it's a start scumming. Slightly different thing, but at the end of the day, it is scumming. What start scumming refers to is just like, oh, I didn't get the thing that I wanted, time to restart. That's a start scumming. Ghoul would be funny because you could get minus regen in combat. You don't think Ghoul works with Jiva? Yeah, they can mutate. Jiva does give Ghoul a ton of regen. If you can even worship Jiva in the first place, I'm not sure that Ghoul can worship Jiva because of the mutation thing. Ouch! I was not expecting to get hit for 84 there. Yeah, that was like the 3-hit combo of harmless mistcast plus 2 rocks. Crazy. Okay, I'll blink away because I can afford to do that. Yeah, it's such a strange feeling to be able to blink away. I can also snipe the stone giants from Fog of War. You feel a bit more experienced. Okay, that got me kills on the 2 stone giants. You know, perhaps running around casting Firestorm in an open level is probably not the wisest thing to do, considering how it makes a lot of noise. Yes. Generally, you don't want to make a lot of noise in levels like this. Wow, I killed a bunch of things there. I like how Firestorm can hit things beyond your line of sight. Have I killed the Enchantress? Because I've seen some Spriggans. Not yet, it seems. Okay, I'll Firestorm this Spriggan Rider, just because it's a Spriggan. If it was anything else, I would have tried to use Iron Shot. But as a Spriggan, it deserves to die in a way that ignores its evasion. That was also, like, the Spriggans... the Spriggan that I am not Spriggan. The Spriggans that I played in my early time with crawl really defined a lot of the opinions that I have on crawl to this day. Like evasion is pretty underwhelming and spree guns are awful, that kind of thing. Mm, Ooh, I don't like this. There's too many stone giants. I don't think it kills me from my current amount of HP. I don't think it can kill me. So I can drink a potion of mana. Oh boy. This is kinda bad. Yes. Can you throw a rock? Okay, you're not gonna throw a rock. Okay, you did throw a rock. That's nice because it breaks away, and now I can cast Firestorm without it having or it having the chance to hit me. Hmm. They have these giant rocks and somehow hit right in the eyeballs. I assume that with the size of a stone giant, a large rock is probably like a normal stone to a crawl character. Yeah, crawl characters can shoot those pretty accurately with slings, or I guess they were able to once, or back in the day when they could actually use those as ammunition. So yeah, what do we drop? Hmm. I kind of want to drop the dagger. Like I'm carrying so much trash. I can probably drop the enchant weapons. And wow, I have 10 enchant armors. I think that I cannot justify not having mm, not training armor now. I think I have to do it and fully enchant my ice scales and put them on. Okay, let's put them on. 30 armor class, 28% chance to miscast Firestorm. This is perfectly usable, considering I still have Iron Shot and Ignition. It's just that I won't be able to Firestorm for a while. That's probably for the best, because I think that casting Firestorm so excessively was kind of killing me. I did notice I was playing very, very recklessly. Mm, okay, so how does this look? Um, Pretty good. Look at that. Look at those resistances. Hat of the Alchemist, I tell you. Hat of the Alchemist. You love to see it. Mm, okay, yep. In that situation, I would have liked to use Firestorm because I did notice that the ugly things were not getting hit by that many explosions. Like there was a bunch in the middle that did get deleted immediately, but there were some that survived, and Firestorm would have killed all of them. Mm. So slight downgrade in damage output, but gargantuan upgrade in survivability. Yeah, this is partially because of the Hat of the Alchemist, by the way. Like, this run has been partially sponsored by the Hat of the Alchemist. Without it, I would probably be able to do what I'm doing still, but it would probably be much worse than it's been so far. Mm. Shining Eye, rather nasty. Oh, I guess that's where all those stone giants came from. Yeah, because there were a lot of stone giants there. They were probably all inside this room. Mm. Gonna try to go upstairs. I'll bring the Sun Demon with me, but I have 3 pips of fire resistance, so whatever. Mm. Beautiful. Mm. Mainly can you feel unarmed combat is weak early and double dips with having no god early. What you want to do is so specific. Like crawl really doesn't lend itself to that kind of thing. Um, yeah, it might be very difficult to get going with what you want to do. Mm, hmm. What if I grab the Cloak of Willpower that I have and enchant it? Yeah, it's just like straight up better. Um, Alrighty. And Firestorm is at 24%. It's going, or it's getting more and more castable because I'm training armor. I might want to train more than 11 armor, like 15 armor. Okay, I did that because I wanted to take off this ring. Because I wanted to buy that other ring that gives me stats. It's a pretty great ring, however. I kind of want to carry it in my inventory. Okay, 32-16 defenses, 17-34, 17 stats. Pretty great. Firestorm is at 11% thanks to that change. So it very clearly was rather impactful that I chose to do this. Pretty cool. The 6 strength probably had something to do with that. And yeah, still have some pretty great defenses and resistances. I like this. I like this quite a bit. This looks like the kind of gear that you win the game with. So let's go ahead and do that. Picked up a ring that I don't care about. I pretty much don't care about picking up rings anymore. I think it is almost impossible for me to pick up a ring that I don't or that I could make use of. We can turn off everything when it comes to rings. Literally everything. It's impossible for me to find a better ring than the ones that I'm already using. Same goes for jewelry, except for randarts. Like, if it's a base amulet slash ring, it's not gonna be better than what I have. Needs to be an artifact. Oh, for a second I thought that it was a Spriggan Baker, but it is a Spriggan Berserker. Huh. Yeah, now you can throw rocks at me, now that I have actual big boy armor class. Are there such things as sky rings? You could theoretically say that every ring is a sky ring, because a sky weapon is like a weapon that doesn't do anything as a weapon, and it's actually like a ring instead of a weapon. And all rings are rings, so by extension, um, all rings would be sky rings. Rings you could attack with. That would be the other way around. I guess rings of slaying would be the opposite of a sky ring, or like the opposite of a sky weapon. But there was no player that did what Sky did with weapons, so there's no name for that. Okay, I'll firestorm these guys. I miscast it. Yeah, I have it at 11% chance to miscast. It's not that much of an issue because given the incredibly strong nature of the spell, I will most likely only need to cast it 2 or 3 times to win a fight. So it's not like Iron Shot where it is actually kind of important to have it at 1% chance to miscast because you need to cast it so many times to kill single targets. Yeah, I had to cast it 4 times, 3 times, 3 times for that last Orc Knight. Yeah, the difference is that I can cast Firestorm 3 times, and that will almost always kill whatever I wanted to kill in the first place. Oh yeah, probably shouldn't try to Iron Shot a Spriggan Berserker. Alright. Oh, it died to a single LRD. Man, I really like spells that ignore evasion. Otherwise, those pesky little Spriggans would be so difficult to kill. Gonna wait for that guy to get close and go for a couple of iron shots. Yeah, I could kill it with Firestorm, but nah. Shield of the Gong. I am not gonna be using that. Yes, I'm not gonna be using the Shield of the Gong. I feel like there's some characters that can actually make use of the Shield of the Gong, but not this one. Alright, I'm gonna fight the Dread Leech. I think it should be okay. It immediately goes invisible, but fortunately I have See Invisible still. I never took off my Source of See Invisible because it's on my boots. It's so convenient. I also have, like, this ring is also a ring of See Invisible. I have double See Invisible. Oh, Ignition. Wait for them to bunch up. Ignition again. Yeah, there's some situations that even if I have Firestorm, Ignition is just gonna kill them faster. Normal Leech, non-Dread Leech. It goes for an Orb of Destruction, which only hits me for 25. Really not an issue. At some point I should also get fighting. I think that at this point in the game I should probably just turn everything on. Everything that I would ever want to have on, I should turn it on. Yeah, this has been a pretty enjoyable character. It's been exactly what I needed. Careful with the Draconian Annihilator. Those guys can definitely hurt, even though I have a much better armor class now. They can still hurt quite a lot. Looks like a situation where Firestorm is optimal. Yeah, the most exciting part of crawl characters is definitely the part where you're figuring out what you're gonna do. I fully believe that afterwards, like after you achieve what you set out to do in the first place, like you get to enjoy the fruit of your like decisions in game and stuff, the fruit of your labor, I guess you could say. But after a certain point, I feel like I'm better off just starting a new character. And I think that I have already reached that point with this character. But obviously, I'm not gonna quit it or anything. But yeah, I would definitely like to win the game already. I feel like I have a little bit of game left, unfortunately. I still need to get a third rune and obviously do SOTs. But yeah, it was a fun ride. It was a fun ride, especially finding the Hat of the Alchemist. That was pretty cool. Okay, Juggernaut. That's kind of worrisome. I'm not robust enough to sit there and tank a Juggernaut. Even though I got some pretty decent armor now. Oh no. If that guy hits me, it could be bad. I'm gonna throw a Curare dart at the Juggernaut. Uh-huh. Okay, the Juggernaut seems to slow down. Yes, please slow down, Mr. Juggernaut. I'm gonna re-scroll summoning. It summoned a Lich and an Iron Dragon. It gives some pretty great stuff when you're in depths. And look at this guy. The Juggernaut dies. Yeah, in depths, Scrolls of Summoning can give some really, really strong stuff. I'm wondering if I shouldn't have gone for Shadow Scales instead of Ice Scales. I mean, it's a bit too late now since I already spent all my Scrolls of Enchant armor. Yeah, I don't have any more left. But yeah, It would have been more difficult to cast Farstorm in Shadow Scales because they're heavier than Ice Scales. I went for Ice Scales because they give me the perfect combination of resistances and defenses and like being light enough that I can cast Farstorm in them that I needed with this character. Mm. Okay. Iron Shot's been missing a lot. Does accuracy not scale with power? It does, but it's still on the low side of things. Stun Arrow was more accurate. Okay. Didn't really need to do that, but it was fine. Oh, what happened there? Was it already charged or something when it entered line of sight? Because, like, it entered line of sight and the same turn I got paralyzed. What's up with that? I don't think it can do that. Huh. Well, anyway, I didn't die, so whatever. But I think it was already pre-charged from looking at one of my fire vortices. Unexpected dangers of running around casting Firestorm. Who would have guessed? Oh, that's unusual for when it comes to Sigurd enemies or like Sig guarding enemies. Oh, that troll band just generated inside there. That's pretty funny. Um, I guess I can just snipe the Dreadlich like this. Just take the free experience. Oh. Oh no, the Cacodemon can't dig out. Oh, never mind. Yeah, okay, that was pretty funny. Yeah, that was a pretty packed cigarette entrance. Mm, there we go. That's it for Depths 4. 35-16 defenses as a deep elf, by the way. 8% chance to miscast Firestorm. This character is so good. We can probably do Bolt 5, but I want to finish this as fast as possible. I'm going to go to Slime. Slime is probably going to be the fastest way for me to get a third rune here. After all, I have Ignition, I have Firestorm, I have a lot of really, really good spells for doing displays. Not Noxious Bog, but I get Noxious Bog on characters that cannot get Ignition slash Firestorm for doing displays. Wow, it's a lot of slime creatures. Like, what's up with this specific instance of slime? Yeah. Did I get like a fully open level or something? Crazy. I think I killed the entirety of the floor there. Running low on mana. Gonna go upstairs. Okay, it's pretty good. These slime creatures haven't been bunching up. When they do that, they're significantly more scary. Okay. Alrighty, very eventful slime. But you know what's been happening? I think that I'm just making a ton of noise, and that's why all these slimes have been so aggressive towards me today. Yeah. I'm gonna do it, whatever. I can go upstairs. Yeah. the noise thing. I didn't want to cast Ignition there because I knew that I was going to be making a ton of noise and I was probably going to have to fight a ton of slimes by doing that, including potentially the Royal Jelly, but it was okay. I'm gonna be doing the same thing here. Go upstairs, regen my mana, rinse and repeat. What if I cast a Nerve of Destruction on that slime creature and another one? Okay, that went well. Royal Jelly comes into view. I don't want to fight that yet because I don't have mana. I'm gonna wait my mana and then I'm gonna go down through this. Now I'm gonna make my way to the stairs that I know are safe. Okay, stumbling upon some slimes. It's kind of scary because I don't have that much mana. Okay, you know what? Instead of just eroding my HP as I have been doing by running away with acid blobs in line of sight, I should just prepare for the fight with the Royal Jelly already. I am probably not gonna be in better shape to fight the Royal Jelly than now. So drink Brilliance, drink Haste, cast Firestorm. Brilliance there is a big part, by the way, of the whole kit because it halves the cost of my spells, also makes them deal more damage. But the important part of Brilliance is the halving of the cost of your spells, makes you able to cast more spells, which everyone knows is a pretty good thing, especially when you're spamming such a strong spell as this one. Alright, two casts of Firestorm, one cast of Ignition, goodbye the Royal Jelly. And then it's just a matter of getting rid of the rest of these guys. Oh boy. Double miscast of Firestorm. Cool. Alright. The first miscast dealt quite a bit of damage, surprisingly enough. 7% chance to miscast, by the way. We're still fine. Like, this is really not a bad situation or anything. I wish those guys were more close together so that I could kill them with a Firestorm. Alrighty. That went very well. I feel like that was not as suppressive as some other Royal Jelly kills that I've had before, but it went fine. Now let's see what loot I get for my trouble as a reward. But some monsters are still in sight. I would have expected to be fighting literally everything at the same time with how much noise I was making. Pretty decent sky weapon with 2 pips of fire resistance. In fact, it might be better than the glaive that I'm using. This gives us strength. No, this gives us stealth. Okay, I don't want it. Yeah, if it had given strength, I would have been more interested. Okay, pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, slight upgrade because this gives -2 dexterity, and dexterity is no good when it comes to dodging. Or like minus dexterity is no good when it comes to dodging. That's what I meant. But you all probably knew that, right? Another pretty strong ring. Look at this beast of a ring. This character got all the resistances that your character didn't get earlier. Who was it that said that? Who had the character with no resistances? Oh, Raipo, yeah. Your character didn't get any resistances in order for me to get them all. Did I hear Tactics Ogre released on Steam today? Final Fantasy Tactics style game. I have not heard of that. I've also never seen Tactics Ogre. I might want to look up some gameplay of it. I know of its existence, but I have never seen anything related to the game. Mm. Yeah, I stole all of your resistances. Sorry for that. But at the very least, this character has been quite quite enjoyable. Yes, I've been quite enjoying this character. That's what I was thinking. Alrighty, now let's see what's the looting here. Nothing that we particularly care about. Nope. I do want a little bit more enchant armor because I'm wearing +0 globes. Yeah, we found those +2 globes. They're kind of bad. I guess I could equip them for the resistance to negative. Okay, let's do it. Let's equip these +2 globes. I thought that I was never gonna use them, but the character is just in a rather strange position where it can actually use these globes, which are not good. Yeah, I'm gonna inscribe them with not good, so people are not misled into using items like these. It's just that my current build just happens to be able to take advantage of these globes. The 2 pips of fire resistance instead of 3 is okay. I think I value more having resistance and negative. Shadow dragons really hurt. Okay, I have 3 runes. Let's go do Sot now. You've been doing summons plus manifold assault plus triple sword, but you have reached castable, so you could pivot to that. Wear the fire resistance ring and staff of cold, so you can have 1 pip of each. You can do that at the very least. You can also cast summons to hide behind, so you don't get vanished like crazy. And that is indeed an option that you have access to. Wow, that really hurt. Okay, that guy wants to graph me. This tentacle monstrosity absolutely wants to graph me. And that would be really bad, so we are going upstairs, reading teleport, then going downstairs. And now I am graphed as I predicted. But now I have teleported, because if you start a teleport outside of SOT, it doesn't take forever for it to go off. It can be a pretty useful thing, as you have already seen. Do keep that in mind. You could also do that when it comes to entering the Abyss, but in the Abyss it doesn't really make that much sense. It is a thing that is best used for situations like this. Once again, I get hit pretty hard for 33. What was that? Dispelling energy from a Quicksilver Dragon. Classic. I have a way to kill this Orb of Fire. It's not even gonna be difficult. I think I do want to have 3 pips of the resistance for Orb of Fire. Blink away. Oh, I have resistance to mutation because Hat of the Alchemist. Wow, like even that. It's so crazy. Yeah, that should deal a lot of damage to the Orb of Fire. One of them missed, I think. One of the Orbs of Destruction. Almost destroyed. Very, very close to actually being able to kill this guy. You take 9 damage. That's really not an issue. 9 damage is like nothing from an Orb of Fire. Ouch. Yeah, this character has been losing a lot of HP, to be completely fair. It's not been a walk in the park by any means, even though I have 38 armor class. This might be my most armored Deep Elf ever. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at what the bot says. Oh, I won a Deep Elf with 63 armor class. It was a invulnerable deep elf fire elementalist of Vehumet that I won 2 years ago. Actually, I was already streaming. 15 rune character. How did I get to 63 armor class? Let's take a look. Yeah, by no means the most armor class that I've ever had in a depot. Then it's a lot of armor for a Firestorm guy. Yep, this guy had Pearl Dragon armor back when it was called Dragon armor. It had Wyrmbane. It had the Hat of the High Council. Archmagi, minus wizardry, stealth. Pretty strong item, the Hat of the High Council. So strong, in fact, that it was removed from the game. Amulet of Clarity, why was I wearing that? Yeah, probably could have worn something else instead of that. So where does the armor class of this guy come from? Oh, I had a Buckler of Protection and +4 Cloak. Oh, I still don't see how. Oh, I get it now. This was in 0.16. Okay, 0.16. That explains everything. It was super buffed. It had stone skin, facing. Yeah. Okay, that explains why it had 63 armor class. I'm gonna leave you a link to the log in case you wanna take a look at it. 63 armor class with this character. Kind of spooky that I have only 140 HP. I'm starting to think that I should train more, or I should focus on fighting. So yeah, I hope that you have been enjoying this character as much as I have been enjoying it. Though now I'm kind of ready to just finish the character. I think that I'm gonna dive. I have noticed that I am having some degree of difficulty killing things here in SOT. That may also have something to do with the fact that I just like stumble upon a normal fire in the first level of SOT. Very close to the entrance, funnily enough, or not very close to the entrance. To begin with, I had to teleport away from the entrance, so like SOT has not been going well, but I still think that I'm powerful enough to be able to do SOT 5. Boy, it would be nice to have Servitor. I think even if I had it, which I don't think I do, yeah, I don't think I have Servitor. Didn't find it this game. Even if I had it, it's probably a bit too late for me to get it. Okay, this is great. This allows me to properly pillar dance this tentacled monstrosity. Okay, I'm just gonna wait for them to bunch up so I can Firestorm them both. This one didn't die. Iron shot? Okay, it hit. I was thinking that it was not going to hit. Okay, pretty good. That got rid of the Draconian Scorcher pretty easily. I guess File of Floods dealt a lot of damage for it to be that weakened. Alrighty. Let's try to find the downstairs. I have 6 magic mapping. I can afford to just use magic mapping on everything. What is this? Scroll of Teleport. I don't need those. If it was blinking, I would be much more interested. Do you generally go Dexterity for unarmed combat to scale shields or Strength for armor class? I would say Strength. Yeah, Strength also increases the base damage that you deal with unarmed combat, so you probably want Strength. Hold on. What are the stairs that I wanted to take? These ones. These are the stairs that I wanted to take. Lots of tentacled monstrosities. Spooky. The +2 Cloak of Agoraphobia. Pretty good name. I don't need that item, but I'll carry it around regardless. Draconians. Okay, hold on. We have Firestorm for you guys. Ouch. Miscast of Firestorm plus Bolt of Dispelling Energy. That can get pretty scary, you know. It's a 7% chance to miscast Firestorm, and it's still not being consistently castable. I've been miscasting it quite a lot in SOT already. So if I hadn't trained fighting, I wonder how little HP I would actually have. Yeah, just like out of curiosity. I think that I have won depots without fighting skill before, but that was in the before times. Yeah. The game used to be easier in my opinion, and you could get away with doing that kind of thing. The evolution of Crawl has been that the game has gotten more difficult, but it also has gotten significantly more fair, in my opinion. So a lot of the perceived difficulty of Crawl in the past was partially derived from the obscurity of the game and how it worked. But now that the game has become significantly more transparent, that was straight up removed. Not necessarily to compensate for it, but at the same time, it did happen. The game has also been getting more difficult with more powerful monsters added and more variety and straight up power of effects that the monsters can affect you with. For example, back in the day, Death Cops were like super jokes of a monster. They hit you for like 25 and they didn't slow you, but now obviously they do slow you. And they're pretty scary in general, whereas before they were very easy to deal with. Mm, I'll take these stairs. This is actually okay. Ooh, okay. Berserk Quicksilver Dragon is kind of spooky, not gonna lie. I don't want to be in the receiving end of that. Fortunately, a single blink plus a single Firestorm gets the job done. Okay, the gold dragons. You blow up the golden dragon. The gold dragon scales are intact enough to wear. I don't know. That doesn't seem to check out, but sure. Fortunately, this character does not want gold scales. I leveled up to 24. Cool. Oh, that explains why I have such little HP. I am under-leveled. Ouch. Some of the perils of being under-leveled is that you sometimes explode like this. Okay. I still want to go down those stairs. I don't think that I should continue exploring this level. On the other hand, if I go to the other stairs, I have more of a chance to find a good spot to go through. I mean, I should exclude these because I don't want to go up those stairs. Yeah, like if I make the journey there, I have all 3 stairs at my disposal. Is what I'm trying to say. Okay. Yeah. Overall, this was a pretty good character. Even at this point in the game, Vehumet's impact is still there. Like Vehumet hasn't become irrelevant. Is pretty much what I'm trying to say here. So I'm saying that because Vehumet is giving me back mana. Also, I don't think that I would be able to cast Firestorm as well as I am doing if I didn't have Vehumet, because Vehumet gives me the spell Enhancer. Oh, I just noticed the -2 strength in this Morning Star. It's probably messing up my success rates. Alright, I'll make a journey for the glaive again. Yeah. -2 strength is actually kind of a big deal for this character, unfortunately. I failed to notice that immediately. Oh, I'm walking towards the exit. Okay. Yeah. Okay, but good thing that I decided to do that because otherwise I wouldn't have noticed that. There's a gang squad waiting for me on the exit. Yes, that would have been a bad thing to stumble upon on the way out with this character. Because of its low HP, I cannot really go for super extended fights. It's pretty strong, as you can see, but it's playing off a limited resource in the form of the HP, or like the mana, sorry. And it's also, well, the HP is also a limited resource. Yeah. I think that the correct thing to do is to use Wand of Digging here. And let's go find that glaive. Species with unlimited HP. You just bought that guy that I was playing the other day. The Jin with Manifold Assault and a Bamp weapon legit felt like I had unlimited HP. That was so broken. Jin have so much potential for being so broken. Like, they scale so well into the late game. The more the game goes on, the more powerful they get. I think it's a pretty obvious thing with the way that their spells work, but like you don't really understand how strong they get until you actually play a Jin, the likes of which like actually get super busted. For example, you could play one Jin and it could be one of those Jins that get like Death's Door and Summon Forest and really really bad spells, like the one that Torinsky played. On his series of winning every species in the game. Torinsky had a pretty bad luck with the genes. But yeah, that's really not representative of the experience that is playing one of the good ones. They can get pretty crazy indeed. I wonder if I put it on YouTube. I should check. I think I have some characters on Twitch that I haven't put on YouTube. I will take a look at that after the stream is over. Which, by the way, it is approaching its end. I just have to finish SOT 5, grab the orb, and get out of here. And then that's gonna be it for tonight. You saw some of the manifold Jin, but not all of it. It was so busted. It was really, really ridiculous. Like I was casting manifold, and it was like healing me for full HP. It's the experience that I get from using Majimbo. Like the other day, I say the other day, it was like a couple of months ago, probably more than half a year ago actually. I used my Jimbo and it was so busted. Majimbo with like Osaku's refrigeration or something that hits a large amounts of monsters slash the entirety of the screen. Yeah, it's pretty insanely powerful. Run out of mana because of the ghost mod. I should have used a potion of invisibility here, but it's fine. I did put it on YouTube. Okay. I was thinking of other characters, not specifically the Jin with manifold assault. Though it's a good thing that I preserved that character for posterity. Yeah. I find it interesting that I am uploading characters to YouTube, like the noticeable characters, precisely to preserve them for posterity, to pull up like examples of things that I have done in the game for use in online discussion. But there was this character that I told you about earlier on the stream, and I was like unable to find it. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. Like the debuff that only had 3 pips of fire resistance from a spear in SOT. Mm. It didn't even have willpower. All that it had was those 3 pips of fire resistance from a spear. And I think I found the spear in like SOT 4 too, or something crazy like that. Oh, I should read magic mapping here for the trap layout. Oof, it's pretty rough, I can tell you that. This is pretty bad, and this is also pretty bad. We don't want to be in the receiving end of those things. Oof, this is gonna be interesting. I guess to begin with, I should rest my mana. Alright. Now, I will carefully step here, then drink haste, and then step on this, and then run for my life. I can use this teleport trap to disperse monsters if I really need to, but I don't feel like I need to. I should be, or I should have used a potion of brilliance here. Yeah, doing this with only 22 mana is gonna be rough. Stat rot, okay. Unfortunate. Oof, 3 orbs of fire. That reminds me that I should also. Nah, we're fine. I have 3 pips of fire resistance because I changed my loadout. I'll drink the potion of mana. Okay. Big damage on the orb of fire. 4 exclamation marks. That means that it dealt more than 72 damage. Pretty good. Orbs of fire are the things that I would like to see the least with this character, obviously. Yeah, I wanna manipulate my line of sight in such a way that the monsters that I can see are the monsters that will be hit by Firestorm. Firestorm can kill Orbs of Fire. They're immune to fire, but Firestorm deals a large amount of physical damage. So yeah, Firestorm easily gets rid of the Orbs of Fire. I find it interesting, like the duality, I guess you could put it, of spells like Firestorm dealing damage to monsters that are fire immune, but hexes not having anything that like is truly great versus things that are immune to hexes. Like I guess there's Enfeeble, but we all know how I feel about that spell. Like when that cat taught me to not trust even in hexes that ignore willpower, because they're still gonna disappoint you. In case you don't know the story, in case you don't want to watch the entirety of that character, it is on YouTube, by the way, that cat. I cast Enfeeble on an elf sorcerer that had like a 7% chance to banish me. I was doing elf rather early. So what happened was that the elf sorcerer got affected by the entirety of Enfeeble. So just as a quick reminder, spell Enfeeble. Irresistibly weakening their melee attacks and disrupting their magic. It will additionally daze and blind any foe that fails to resist the full force of the curse. This is the full effect of Enfeeble. Dazes, blinds, anti-magics, and weakens their melee. And it still managed to banish me. Even through all of that, even through my willpower, it still managed to banish me first try. It was really, really awful. And then after that, I died. And I was so disappointed. Like, with any other character with a +4 aptitude finding their highest level spells so early in the game as that cat did, I would have had an excellent game. But cats cannot have anything good, apparently. +4 hexes doesn't really do anything. Wow, it's a lot of leeches. You know what? I still prefer leeches over orbs of fire. This is way, way more manageable. I'm getting a bit worried about the killer clown, by the way. It's been next to me for a while. I'll try to iron shot it. 68% chance to hit, please. Thank you. All right. Say please and thank you to the game all the time. I bet the game appreciates it. Yeah, when I entered the SOT, I had 140 HP. Just think about that. Now I have 165. Gaining levels really has such a huge impact on your HP bar. Alright, I don't think that I am done with SOT, but I think that we killed a very large amount of dudes. There might still be dudes inside there. I need to check. Okay. I was trying to kill the electric golem with iron shot, but it doesn't really seem to be happening. So I blinked away. Let's see if this is safe. It is safe. Is it easy for me to escape this level into the previous one? I actually should check. Because the stairs in this level are very close. Oh, but the other ones are even closer. Yeah, that's fine then. I'm gonna exclude these stairs then. It might be tempting because they're the closest ones to the exit, but I really shouldn't take them. Should take the other ones that are only slightly farther away. Oh, I have another alarm trap. I should probably make use of that. Rest to full HP. Let's see what we get here. Round 2. I killed so many things already that I think we should be just fine. Whatever comes to fight me should be only the remnants. I've killed so many leeches that I think that I shouldn't fear any other extremely high level monsters. Yeah, look at how little monsters came after me while I was marked. Oh, okay. We'll Firestorm this guy. It's a good thing that Firestorm tends to one-shot the monsters. Like Megumin, this character can spam a lot of Firestorms. Many Firestorms per day. Cursto? That might be annoying. Yeah, that might be a complicated thing to deal with. A lot of the things that the Cursto does counters the things that I would like to do to counter the Cursto. Like surrounding me with shrooms or tormenting me. I didn't want to use tree form there because I felt like it would be very dangerous. It's strange to see a Cursto in here. Like they do tend to spawn every now and then. You found the Deep Elf Elementalist Ash with 3 pips of fire resistant spear. Ah, you found it. Can you get me the log? Yes, that carried me in Sot indeed. I put that inscription. How did you find it? I didn't I didn't find it myself. Yeah. It wasn't even that long ago. It was in my birthday. Nipple for Elementalist. Huh. Was this really it? I don't know if this was it actually, because it has other resistances. The one that I'm thinking of is was one that legit didn't have anything except for fire resistance. But anyway, that one also was carried by a spear of fire resistance and sod for sure. And we are done so. Okay, let's pick this up and finish the game. Go D0. Get me out of here. Um, oh no, Panlord. Haunt and abjuration and abnormal amounts of evasion, but no fire resistance. Unfortunate for this guy. One firestorm. Two firestorms. Two firestorms was all it took. We can continue on our journey to D0. Sap. That's actually pretty bad. I don't want to fight this guy. Yeah, that's cheating. Don't sap me. Can I anti-magic sap? Because if I can't, then we are gonna be in trouble. Yes, because of that. Or can I cancel sap? Let's see. Yes, you can cancel sap. Okay. Yes, please. Normally, dealing with an executioner for a deep elf would be kinda difficult. They don't tend to have 38 armor class, but this one does. Yeah, shouts to Vehumet. Vehumet indirectly provided me with a ton of armor class. What if I drink potions of mutation just for fun? Oh, do really drink that potion of mutation while resistant to mutation? I like how the game gives you double warnings. Like, are you sure you want to drink that? And are you sure you want to drink that even though there's a good chance it's not gonna do anything? Oh, Egypt was here. I guess I never killed Egypt. Yeah, I excluded Egypt. Okay, you get to leave. What was this? Potion of mana. Ooh, that was valuable. Panlord. Let's take a look at this. Very resistant to fire, big evasion, 50 damage, no spells, easy to kill, and also on my way to the exit, so I guess you get to die. Not so easy to kill, actually. It's gonna take me a lot of firestorms. I might not even have enough mana. Yep. This is not going well. I'm gonna read a teleport. It's gonna take forever, but I don't think it's gonna be that much of an issue. I can just stall with blink. Okay. Did I drop my... No. Okay, what happened? How many... I think I got like 2 charges of Wand of Digging with this character. That's crazy. We're almost done. Sweet. There's a staircase leading out of the dungeon here. I enjoy crawl. Sometimes I don't, but more often than not, I do enjoy crawl quite a bit. And I have to tell you that this character that stole all of the resistance of Ripophalem was a pretty enjoyable crawl character. Yes, indeed it was. This character felt ridiculously powerful. Look at this. This is actually obscenely strong. Any character that can afford to put on the Ring of the Tortoise to finish the game with is a ridiculously good character. And this character was exactly that. So yeah. Anyway, if you enjoyed what you saw, you should consider subscribing to the Twitch. And if you really did enjoy what you saw, you could consider supporting me on Patreon. If you subscribe to my YouTube, or to my Twitch, you should consider moving your support there because Patreon gives me a better share. Unless you enjoy the emotes, of course. In which case, I think you can continue subscribing if you enjoy the emotes. But I don't think many people use my emotes. Anyway, that's gonna be it for me today. I'll be back at a later date with more crawl. But I will also play Rift Wizard because Rift Wizard is a great game. I feel like a lot of my viewers also enjoy Rift Wizard. There's some people that arrive to the stream because of Rift Wizard and vice versa. Or like they that arrive to the stream because of Rift Wizard and have started to play crawl and vice versa. I do try to sell both games quite a lot on stream. I only play games on stream that I truly, genuinely enjoy and I feel like need the advertisement. Well, not really need, but like that I can advertise myself because I feel like I need to share that kind of game with more people. Is what I'm trying to say. But anyway, let's get out of here and just win the game. One character, one win today. I insist. If I have a deep elf, if I start a deep elf, I feel like I'm just gonna win it. Like it really feels like that. Deep elves are so great. Anyway, that was good. I will probably be uploading a non-gameplay video for Crawl um, over the weekend, and of course there will also be a gameplay video for Crawl. If you have any suggestions for non-gameplay videos, I'm always open